Good morning. Welcome to Foothills County Council meeting for Wednesday, June 17, 2026. I'll call the meeting to order at 9 a.m. We have a couple of requests for emergent items this morning. The first one is an appointment of pest and weed inspector. I'm going to go to Manager Cornelson. Can you speak as to why this is emergent?
Sure. We just hired Ben Hoyland. I brought him with me today. And we just hired him. And so I'd just like to get him going on the weed inspection as soon as possible. And so that's kind of why it's emergent.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll look to council. Anybody want to give a motion to add that as emergent? Councillor McHugh?
So moved.
So moved. Okay. So I would look, just a reminder, this has to be unanimous to add it to the agenda as emergent. So we have the motion to add it from Councillor McHugh. All in favor? That motion carries. And the second request is Heritage Point air compressor. Director Saulnier, would you speak to why this is emergent today?
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Reeve. Good morning, Council. The fire department has a failure of a critical piece of equipment. Their self-contained breathing apparatus currently went down. It's out of service. So this has created a risk to our essential operations. So we request that this be added to today's agenda as an emergent item so we can address that issue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Go to council. Anybody like to give that motion to add it as emergent? Councillor Kendall gives us that. All in favor? And that motion carries. So we'll add the weed and pest under B11 and then the air compressor under B12. So I'd look for a motion now to accept the agenda or approve the agenda as presented with those additions from Councillor Estes. All in favor? That motion carries. Let's go to our round table. Councillor Kendall, anything for our departments this morning?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Thank you, Mr. Chair. There was a deceased horse on 549 for several days. I drove by there this morning and it has been removed. But I just wondered what the rules were on. I know Boker Steven picks up deceased wildlife, but what are the rules on domestic animals?
Go ahead, Manager Porter.
Through the chair to the floor. So in regards to domestic livestock that are killed in a road right away, if the owner knows of it, there's their responsibility. If you can't prove ownership by a brand or such, you can contact the brand inspector, and then they will investigate and see who might it have been. If it is a feral horse, then it would be the responsibility of parks, which would probably ultimately fall back on Fish and Wildlife, which in the end would go back to Voker as it was on their road. So that's kind of the process there. Thank you.
I through social media, not that I verified it, but apparently it was shod, so it was not a feral horse. So anyways, I just wanted to know the rules there in case it was kind of unusual. I've never seen an animal stay like there for quite a few days. So thanks.
Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have nothing this morning. Thank you.
Councillor Alger, anything for Public Works? Go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a response to Councillor Kendall. A lot of times the farmers and ranchers will drag their dead to the side of the road for the gray truck. And so I don't know if this horse was right on the road or inside the property line, but sometimes getting those trucks into the field, they get stuck. So they bring the animals to the road so they don't have to go into the field. So I'm not sure if that's the way that worked out, but just a thought that way. Other than that, Division 5, just a thanks to Public Works for all the work in Section 5 behind on the northwest side of Okotoks. The roads back in there look great and appreciate that. And I see the mowers are running around my area, so also appreciate that. So that's all I have, sir. Thank you.
Okay, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you and good morning, everyone. Just a big thanks to everyone working in Division 4. There's lots going on. And I do have a couple of road questions, but I'll take those offline. Otherwise, have my questions dealt with. Thank you, everyone.
And for myself, Division 1, things are looking good. So nothing from me. Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. Just one thing, 48th Street East, between 434th Ave and Highway 7. I'm not sure what the speed limit is on that road or if it's posted, but just got a few complaints of some vehicles really speeding through there. And more particularly vehicles that go around picking up the individual dumpsters. So I'm not sure which company that would be, but I'm wondering if that could be looked at.
Through the chair to Councillor Estes, we can certainly take a look and do a traffic count on that road. I don't believe this one's ever come up before, so we'll look into it.
Thank you. And other than that, Division 2 is good. And thank you.
Okay, Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Foothills. Nothing from Division 7 to add to the conversation this morning. Thanks.
And we'll go to our departments. Manager McLean. Any updates you got this morning?
Good morning, Foothills Council. So through the chair to the floor, stuff is going pretty well here with the weather. Our MRO crews are going to probably start moving west here as things warm up next month. So yeah, we're going to get more spread out here and start to address some of the roads further west as well. So thank you. That's all I have.
Director Kruger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just an update on the Dunbow roundabout. Seems like we got some good movement on getting all the crossing agreements from all the utility providers. I believe the plan is for ACON to be back on site this week to continue the East Detour work. And yeah, so good news there. That's everything for me. Thank you.
Thank you. And Manager Cornelson.
Good morning, Council. Good morning, Foothills County. So I just got a few things on the agenda. And from the last meeting, there was some weeds on Highway 552, kind of by 48th Street. So they were sprayed on Monday on both sides of the creek there. And then still working with the town. I think they have a contractor that's going to spray by the intake and by where the reservoir is going to go for that pipeline. And we also took care of some weeds on 690 by Mosquito Creek. And I think that's all I got for today. I'll be sticking around for those 3 items though. Thank you.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's Chair to ASB. So on 48th Street, that would be so you got it's on the 552 there chunk. So what has to happen there? Does that just look the other way, or do you have to contact, that's Alberta Transportation there? But thank you for doing it. I'm just curious about the ins and outs of that.
Yeah, through the chair to council. So when we notice little spots like that on the highway, we're allowed to spray them and then charge highways for that work up to, I think, $5,000 a year.
Super, thank you. So through the chair to ASB, just on the Black Hen Main, if they're spraying now, it's probably already bolted and flowered. So pull or mow. Anyway, good luck.
Yeah, through the chair to council. I'm assuming that we advised that when companies do it, so I'm assuming they might advise mowing or pulling. Not sure.
Okay, Director Porter.
Morning, Ms. Reeve. Morning, Council. Just a couple updates for Council this morning. One, and that I had been directed by Council to bring back some options in that on the costing for the fire water. We don't have those to date because we can give you more accurate analysis on that once we know the final numbers. So that'll be fall that we'll be bringing it back. We're going to first discuss it with the Airport Advisory Committee, which will be next week. And we'll be providing a recommendation to council and that as well in the fall in regards to potential costing scenarios and that for the project. So, and I also have item B3 on the agenda, and that at your leisure. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll come back to that soon enough. Director Saulnier.
Again, good morning, Mr. Reeve. Good morning, Council. This morning I have a couple items. So STARS Donor Relations and Development Officer Jackie Seeley has followed up on a presentation to Council she did regarding a funding request. STARS is now seeking confirmation of event dates and coordination for helicopter logo unveiling. So administration will work to identify a suitable location for the event that safely accommodates helicopter operations. So administration notes that 3 potential dates will be needed to be coordinated and prioritized within, we'll say, late September, October timeframe, as STARS requires a minimum of 90 days notice to secure the aircraft and personnel. So today, administration is requesting council's direction on 3 proposed dates, 1 preferred, possibly 2 alternatives to proceed with the coordination. And noting that the decision on these dates is not required today, and the dates can be forwarded to administration once determined. Any questions on that?
So you'll send out some potential dates, or somebody will?
I'm requesting council to set up some dates, and coordinate that together, because we know everybody's time they're busy. So if we can coordinate, council coordinate some dates and get back to administration, then we can set up some dates with STARS for that event.
Okay. Okay, I think we can send out a poll and get that happening. I'm just looking at lead services. I think we can get it coordinated. Thank you.
Okay. The second one is the fire risk status. So currently, Foothills County has no restrictions in place. Our regional partners, I'll say that all of our partners have no restrictions in place. And Calgary Forestry is showing a moderate wildfire danger. They also have no restrictions in place. And as usual, we'll continue to monitor the conditions and make recommendations as needed. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And Deputy Director Stapley.
Morning, Council. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no updates to add. I do have a couple items on the agenda this morning.
Okay. And Municipal Advisor Reva Cameron, anything from you this morning?
Good morning, Council. I have nothing in open, but we'll have some items in closed.
Okay, thank you very much. So with that, unless you have something on the agenda, thank you all for coming and hope you have a good day. Let's start on our list. Let's go to B1, Ag Service Board request to establish ASB bylaw. Page 4 of our council agenda. Manager Cornelson, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the Reeve to Council. So this came to our Ag Service Board meeting. It was decided to ask Council to establish this bylaw. I had gotten Alberta Agriculture Irrigation reviewed it in April. So this is for the first reading and to establish the bylaw. This is a bit kind of, when I was talking to Alberta Agriculture about this, the counties are starting to do this more so there is a more clarity. If there ever is an issue like where we have to take something to the court system or there has to be a ruling on something, this just makes it easier for people to understand where the authority comes from for us to issue weed notices and spray weed notices and charge people. So and also with the Pest and the Soil Act too. So that's kind of where this is coming from. So just requesting for first reading. Any questions?
Okay. Thank you for that. I'll go to Council Administration for any questions, comments you may have. Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you. Good morning. Just wondering if we have to in some way accept previous existence of this organization as it's been in existence for a while through the bylaw. Is there any statements required, or is it just from this date forward, it is the bylaw for Foothills County?
That's a good question. I mean, like I did send it to the province, I guess just for questions like this, and they never mentioned there had to be anything but like that done. So I'm assuming not. We're not definitely not the first county to propose this type of bylaw. So I'm assuming they would have suggested that in their comments.
So essentially, it's sort of a template that going forward, you just find yourselves for all the reasons you shared here in the staff report that everything gets lined up properly.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I just thought it's been going on for a long time and it's not like it's starting in 2026. So
That's right. No, no, that's true.
thank you.
Okay. The only question I had, so item number 8, the council shall. I'm just wondering if there needs to be something in there about the council shall appoint inspectors under the Weed and Pest Act. I don't think there's an inspector needed under the Soil Conservation Act. But I just wonder if it needs to be stated that the council does that job. And I just wondered too about, now I'm just flying off the cuff here, about the council shall appoint members to the appeal boards under those acts. So I don't know if it needs contemplated in the ASB bylaw, but just throw it out there as consideration.
Yeah, we could for sure add those 2 items for clarity. Yep.
Jim Moore.
I
Okay.
forgot this
And
one.
Deputy Vole, go ahead.
Thank you. Just wondering in the configuration of the committee on number 4 there, do we need to add alternate in there? Do we have those in our typical listings? It's sort of not, it's not a terms of reference, but just, do we need to put the word alternate in there? Because we have it listed here, 3 members of council, but we usually have an alternate for this one. Just a clarity that it's not eliminated from consideration. Thank you.
Yep, that makes sense. That's makes sense to add that too. The more clarity here, the better for going forward.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just under functions and duties, number 7, exercise, A is exercise on behalf of council, all the powers and perform all the duties that are conferred on it by council under the ASB. So just on that point, is there a document from council that states what the ASB can decide on and what comes as a recommendation? Out of curiosity, I guess that would maybe be for CAOP.
I think I could probably answer this one. Like lots of the so even today, like when we're appointing a weed and pest inspector, it has to come through council, and so that's all. Like these things are all kind of outlined in the Weed Act, the Pest Act, and the Soil Act, and the ASB Act. Like what kind of responsibilities and roles are for council and what are for the Ag Service Board. So it's all listed in there in those.
Go ahead.
So does ASB have any specific powers that are outlined by council, or are they all recommendations to council?
They do have some, there is some power there. Yeah. Specifically, I would have to kind of outline those, I guess. But that could be done in a separate place, just so we're clear on what's council and what's Ag Service Board, I guess. Yeah, that's what you'd like. Okay.
And I think a lot of the powers are kind of laid out in the various acts that ASB is responsible for. But if we can get some more clarity on that next time around when we come back.
Yeah, like I think one of them would be, to appoint an Ag Fieldman. I think that's an Ag Service Board. That'd be one of the things, like a power that would be for the Ag Service Board, if you want to call it power. Yeah.
Back to you, Councillor McHugh.
Thank you to the chair. It's just when you're sitting on these committees, sometimes it gets confusing as to what is actually a committee decision and what is a recommendation to council. So just thank you for the discussion.
Yeah, I can for sure add, come up with a list there. Yeah.
Okay. Anything else? Otherwise, I'd look for a motion for first reading, and then we can look for these revisions and additional information next time around. Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd give you the motion for first reading of the ASB bylaw.
Okay, we got that motion for first. All in favor? That motion carries. Let's go to B2, Egg Service Board Prohibited Animal Bylaw, second and third reading, page 7 of our agenda. Back to you, Manager Cornelson.
Thank you to the council. So once again, there's the dates there. I had the province looked at the bylaw and they made 3 comments of changes on it, just kind of minor things. And once again, of course, wild boars are prohibited all across the province, but they sort of recommended us to have a bylaw for these wild boar, just in case they felt it would be a lot quicker and there'd be more teeth to a bylaw than what they were able to provide. So that's kind of why they recommended us having one. So once again, there's several counties and that have this, and so yeah, just recommending for second and third reading.
Okay, thank you for that. So we are looking for second and third reading today. When I looked at this, I kind of questioned why we'd be doing this now based on the changes that the province has brought about since we had our first reading, but certainly appreciate the consideration that this bylaw would allow the county to act more quickly and have more teeth. So I think that certainly changes it and gives a reason that we should have a bylaw. Anybody else on council? Questions, comments, or a motion for second? Councillor Estes?
I would give you a motion for second.
Okay, we have a motion for second. I don't see anything further. All in favor? That carries. And third from Councillor Kendall.
I'll give you that motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay, third from Councillor Kendall. All in favor? And that motion carries. Let's go to B3. Blackie Community Association request for dog park, page 15 of our agenda. Director Porter, go ahead, and Manager of Parks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before council today is a request for a dog park in the community of Blackie. They're looking to establish a dog park in Blackie due to request by the community association on behalf of the residents. Administration is looking to council for their approval for financing and also authorization for the site, as it is unbudgeted, unplanned for 2026. A request was received from the Blackie Community Association of 20 residents, and that asking for the establishment of dog park through a petition. And they would like to have the park placed on the county lands east of Lions Park. We reached out to fencing companies, and that initially we thought it could be done in-house, and that, but we don't have that ability anymore. So we reached out to some fencing companies. We reached out to 7 companies, both of individual proprietorships or full-on LLCs. What came back was we had 3 quotes submitted. One of the proponents declined. 3 others didn't even show for the meeting. So amongst and that these quotes, items that will also be needed and that at the site are a garbage receptacle, feces bags, and bag dispensers, which totals another $2,300. So before council, there are 2 recommended motions there, but at this point in time, I'd take any questions that council may have regarding this.
Thank you very much, Manager Porter, for that. Perhaps I'll give a couple of first comments. Just as a bit of a correction, the Blackie Community Association was actually not part of this. This was just some outside residents that brought this forward. When this first came, I was thinking it was going to be a couple $1,000s to put up this fence and we'd be off and going. This price tag has certainly ballooned beyond what I ever anticipated it would be, but certainly understand the reasons why and the importance of having it done well. I think it needs to go back to the community members for consideration of where the money is going to come from. I would be okay with the county contributing 50%, but I think that would need to come through the rec board, not directly from council. So it would be up to the rec board members to kind of decide. But I think the community needs to have some skin in the game. And so if they were to contribute 50%, I think that would be the first step. And I think there is options in terms of reaching out to the community to get some funds for this. So that's where I am thinking that we would just refer this back to the community with the expectation that they contribute 50% to it. Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you. And if we could add to the little list that's evolving here, could we also refer back and ask their management plan on it? As I know, when we have municipal reserves, there's usually an agreement regarding these types of situations. So how do we handle the management of the overall use and scope of what's happening on that? Because the dog issue could evolve to certain types of complaints, or if it's not managed properly, there could be other side effects. So just some kind of a management plan and maybe a little bit of a presentation on how that might work. And I'm not aware that we have any other dog parks on our municipal reserves. So if we haven't done that before, maybe we have to figure out what our role is in it and how we defer the, if you want to call it liability issue as well, how that's handled. Thank you.
Anybody else? So I guess perhaps a motion to refer this back to the community for further consideration on funding contributions and management. Does that make sense? Council? Okay. Councillor Callister gives us that. And just checking in with you, Manager Porter, that makes sense, gives you the direction you need?
100%. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so we have that motion from Councillor Callister, and I don't see anybody else. All in favor? That motion carries. Let's go to B4, 2026 road event, Red Deer Lake Road Race, request for use of municipal roads, page 17 of our agenda. Deputy Director Stapley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before council today is a application for use of municipal roads. This event is being organized by the Calgary Crankmasters, and it is planned for August 12th, which is a Wednesday, to begin at 6:30 in the evening. They anticipate 25 riders to do a loop on 226 Ave West, 64th Street West, 274 Ave West, and 80th Street West, all right turns. The finish line is on 64th Street West. Crankmasters has been an applicant before on a number of different events. Some have been approved, some have not. But we would look to council to decide whether or not you wish to allow this event to proceed.
Go to council. Any questions, comments? Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think being that it's 25 riders, I could approve this just on the heels of another event that was a lot in Division 3 last weekend. Became aware of some infractions by the cyclists, but 25 riders, I can't see would pose too many issues, but it would be nice if these cyclists who are involved in these events, which are seemingly very popular, that they would sign some kind, maybe sign isn't the right word, agree, or, I mean, it's just very frustrating for residents to put up with infractions, for lack of a better word, disrespect to the residents. So it seems to be a growing concern with these events.
Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. We've done this one before. This is all in my area. I have no issues with it. It's a small race, but I agree with Councillor Kendall from the pictures we saw from Protected Services there, of those guys riding 3 wide or however many they were. until these guys start policing themselves, it's getting harder and harder for us to make positive decisions to allow these things because we are getting pushback from our residents because they're not following the rules. So that needs to be emphasized very hard with all these applications. But again, this one is a fairly small one, and we've had pretty good success with this one as far as I'm aware. So I'll give you the motion to approve this one. Thank you, sir.
Okay, we have that motion from Councillor Elder to approve. I don't see anything further. All in favor? That motion carries. Let's go to B5, Terry Fox, Ride for Hope, request for use of municipal roads, page 32 of our agenda. Back to you, Deputy Director Stapley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this event came before council initially a couple weeks ago. We did have a request for more information, and this morning I handed out a printed map of the route. As it does not state where the start and the
Did we lose everything?
I'm not sure if Councillor Elder, if he can hear us or not. I'm assuming
Yeah, I'm
not.
still here. No, I get
Oh,
cut
you're
out
still
for
here.
a minute, but I'm back. Yeah.
Okay, well, I guess then let's carry forward while we figure this out.
The map doesn't show the start or finish point of the route. It just shows the route that they are on. We also asked several other questions of the organizers, and they provided responses back. So in regards to safety on Plumbers Road due to the traffic and the business of the road, the response was no changes to the proposed route. The traffic on Plumbers Road in 224 is not unreasonable for cyclists. We have ridden this road many times and do not find it busy. We also asked them about Pritis and staging. The response is there is no staging area or requirements at Pritis. Cyclists may choose to purchase water and or food at the gas station, but there is no plan to have any rest stop or staging in the hamlet. Regarding the condition of Home Road in 2338 being a rougher road, their response was that they agree they are rough roads, however, very acceptable for road riding. Our road organizer has ridden it recently. Regarding the cell service and the ability for response, communication, emergency. They stated cell service was available on the entire route with the exception of a portion in Kananaskis. We can verify this with another reconnaissance of the route. And regarding the varying numbers in the initial application, they're stating that they're expecting no more than 25 riders. Those were all the questions that were brought up at the last meeting, and those are the responses that we have. So we would look to council to decide whether or not you wish to allow the event to proceed.
Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Well, thank you for doing all that homework to get the information out of them. Again, you said this is one of their inaugural events that they're setting up and that they only have 25 riders. However, it's a Sunday and it's really busy and there's a steady stream of cyclists at this time on the route up by Pritis. And so I would suggest that that gets off of the route and they have a large area that they're covering and perhaps they can just remove that section. It's extremely busy with cyclists right now. And as we head into the summer, it's only going to get busier. So I think, especially if this is a precedent start of an event, that perhaps they could choose another route where they're not heading to where it's so busy. So other than that, that would be my suggestion. It sounds like you've answered everything else and that it's a smaller group, but I just feel that that area is just really oversubscribed. That route that goes up a little bit of that 240th Street and then the circuit around Pritis Valley Road. So that'd be my suggestion. And then they could try the route that they're coming in with here today and see how that goes. And if they're not using any services, then they're not going to miss out on anything by not heading into the hamlet.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, you're talking the circular piece up by Pritis?
Correct. So it's a little rectangle that heads off of Plumbers Road. Their diagram has a green line that heads east-west, and then they can just head south to Millerville and do that loop instead. Just
Okay.
a suggestion for a safer overall route.
Okay, we'll go to Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the risk of sounding like a broken record, I'll sound like a broken record anyways. Because why not? I mean, 762, you know, I drive it all the time. It is so windy, twisty. There's actually, I've counted the number of curves from Highway 1 to my driveway, and there's 40 curves. And I don't just mean a gentle curve for some of them. So it is, I mean, plumbers, at least you have to slow down a little bit on plumbers. 762 is paved. You know, people fly on 762. Yeah, I mean, 25 riders, you know, I'll give them a chance. How can you deny Terry Fox Ride for Hope? I'm sure these organizers are very with it. But again, with the preface that can we please, you know, ask these participants to obey the cyclist rules. I mean, I got an email from a resident regarding the one last weekend, and yeah, it's he happens to live very close to the road, so he's really subjected to it. But you know, blowing by the stop sign, and is it possible to have some of our educational, you know, volunteers or employees at some of these events? Or would people be offended by that? I don't know. Anyways, I mean, just cautionary notes to these people participating. These are not really, I won't say safe roads, but I mean, they're well-used roads and they're tricky and yeah, anyways.
Thank you for that. So Director Stapley, so the motion before us for consideration is to support the use of municipal and provincial roads. So if we were to go as suggested and just not support a section of road, but support the rest of it, that's something you can take forward. And does it have any teeth, or are we just?
So it's council's prerogative on how you wish to approve it. You can approve the use of the roads, or you can approve the use of limited roads, as I understand it. So if you want to approve certain sections, you could, or you could outright deny the use of the roads if you do not feel it is appropriate. If the organizers, will just say that it gets denied, if an organizer tries to run an event without the approval, there are fines under the special events bylaw. I don't recall what they are off the top of my head, but there are fines that could be issued.
Okay, thank you for that. Are we ready for a motion? Deputy Revol.
Thank you. Seeing this is their inaugural event, just recall that we've been trying to persuade organizers to put their events in different locations. It's a smaller event, but I do not support the municipal road aspect where they do the loop into Pritis. So I would provide a motion for approval. And that also along with this is that next year, could they please look at a different portion of Foothills County to hold their event? And I know the area south are very open to having the events in their area, and we've heard that in the past. And the citizens of the Northwest would greatly appreciate that and have asked us to please consider helping with the increased traffic in the area. And that this is one way we can do it, is just to suggest that there's a lot of beautiful areas in Foothills County. Perhaps they could check out another one just a little bit further south. So the whole route would be okay for this year, except for the Pritis Loop, because that one is very, very congested, and especially on the weekends. So I would
Okay.
move that forward for.
So your motion is to approve the use of municipal and provincial roads within Foothills County, the entirety of the roads, or just?
With the removal of the
With the
Pritis Loop.
Okay. Okay, I think we got that. And I don't see anything further. All in favor? And that motion carries. Okay, let's just in the interest of time and taking advantage of those who are with us, let's skip over a few. Let's go to our emergent items. Let's go to B11. So there's appointment of pest and weed inspector, page 100, and we'll go to manager Cornelson.
Yeah, just what I want part of our ag service coordinator position is to inspect for weeds and also to inspect for pests such as clubroot this year. And so I just wanted him to start off doing that next week. So yeah, that's kind of why I want this done quickly. So yeah, just looking to get him along with myself and Bree, just looking for weeds and pests in the county on private land and in our land too. And I think he's definitely been doing this type of work already for in his past. So I think he's for sure skilled enough to do it.
So he can spot black henbane driving down the road.
He sure soon will be, yeah.
There was a bunch of weeds added as noxious weeds recently by the province, and they were all very, very similar weeds. And I don't even remember what the name was, but we look forward to it. Hopefully we don't have them. When I say page 100, Council House, there's a separate handout as well this morning, rather than pointing the entire agenda, reprinting. So I'll go to Council. We're looking for a motion to appoint Ben Hoyland, hope I said that right, as weed and pest inspector under the Weed and Pest Acts. So Councillor Callister gives us that motion. I don't see anything further. All in favor? We still got you there, Councillor Alger? Okay, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
And let's go to our other emergent item, B12, Heritage Point Air Compressor, Fire Chief Marshall and Director Saulnay. Go ahead. Did we give a handout on this?
One pager.
Here it is. Okay. Separate handout this morning. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Foothills County. Good morning, Council. And thank you for fitting this into the agenda. I'm here today to provide an update on a critical equipment issue affecting Foothills County Fire Services at our Heritage Point station. Our current air compressor system at Heritage Point is an Irwin Air Limited C90 model. It was manufactured and purchased in 2013, so it is 13 years old. Late last year, the unit has started becoming unreliable. We've spent over $10,000 on technician repairs to address various failures, and despite these efforts, the system continues to deteriorate and has now experienced another significant failure. Late last week, the compressor failed. We've had a technician out to site to assess the issue. It was determined that a failed drain valve allowed contaminants, including oil, to enter their cylinder, which ultimately led to ignition within that cylinder. The cost to repair the cylinder is estimated at a minimum of $5,000 and could be completed as early as this Friday. However, the technician has advised that the unit, until the repair is completed, he can't determine if there are other additional underlying issues. There is visible heat damage to the cooler coils, but it is unclear whether those components are compromised at this time and what the cost would be to repair those. So after spending $5,000, there is still a risk of further repairs being required. The compressor is essential to our operations. We maintain over 200 air cylinders, including 85 air cylinders on our air support unit. These cylinders are critical for firefighter safety and must be reliably filled to ensure operational readiness. An unreliable compressor presents a direct operational risk and could impact our ability to respond effectively to emergencies. At this time, Fire Administration is suggesting we trade in our current unit as is and purchase a new compressor system. We have the opportunity to purchase an Irwin M13 compressor system, which is significantly quieter and operates twice as efficient as our current unit. It comes with a 2-year system warranty and a 5-year drive gear warranty and is consistent with the equipment used by our regional partners in High River and Okotoks. The installed cost for this unit is $41,743, and we have been advised that we could trade in our broken system and receive around $5,000 for the trade-in, which would leave us with a bill around $36,743. This option leaves us without a compressor for 6 weeks if we do purchase it, as it takes time to ship it and install it. However, High River Fire has offered to support us by allowing access to their air filling system. So at this time, I am seeking council's approval to trade in our current unit as is and purchase the new Irwin M13 compressor system at a cost of $41,743, and then add the trade into that. And with that, I'll turn it over to council and try to answer.
Thank you for that. I'll go to council. Where does the money come from? I'm assuming this is not a budgeted item, so.
Sorry, to the chair. It's not a budgeted item. We were going to put it in capital next year. We've done pretty good with our operating budget so far this year. So I think we can absorb it in our current operating budget. So I'm not asking for additional funds at this time, just approval to proceed with the purchase.
Okay, CEO Payne.
Yeah, not knowing how the year's going to go, I guess my advice to council would be, if you're supportive in the resolution, just stating that the intent is it would be absorbed through the operating budget, and then any residual costs not absorbed would be covered by the contingency that council's approved in the 2026 budget.
Okay, Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you for that clarification. You've answered one of my questions. And then the other is the use of this. Is this also used by all the other volunteer stations as well, this particular filler system?
Through the chair to Deputy Revold, that is correct. Typically, when we get a structure fire, our air support unit goes, which carries about 85 extra cylinders. And at the end of the event, that air support unit will come back to Heritage Point and fill up. So it is our main compressor.
So the plan at this point is to head over to High River and just make sure that that's all maintained and kept up to speed?
That's correct. High River actually has purchased this exact Irwin model, so they have a brand new system there, so they're willing to help us out. So if we get a fire, we do have enough air cylinders to get us through that event, and then we could take our air support truck down there with the 85 cylinders, and they're willing to slowly fill the cylinders up for us.
And so how long have do you know how long they've had their unit and its performance?
I don't have the exact date. It was purchased this year.
Oh, it was. Okay. So it's very recent. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. And so I would be willing to move, but there's probably other comments as well.
Okay, Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the chair of the fire department. So the support truck is new. Is it's recent, is it not?
What about it? Recently purchased? Through the chair to Councillor McHugh. Sorry, I have a hard time hearing in here. The air support is a newer unit, 2 to 3 years old.
Okay, thanks for that. And does that, I'm just trying to recollect the capabilities of that vehicle, but does it not have the capability to refill cylinders?
Through the chair to Councillor McHugh. No, it's strictly just a carrier. So the whole box of the truck is cylinder holders. There's no compressor unit on that truck.
Okay. I'm going to come back then to Deputy Reeve Ohl. You're going to move the motion then to trade in the old unit and purchase the Irwin as listed. So moved. Okay. I don't see anybody else.
Do we need to mention the budgetary?
Do we need to mention the budgetary? Go ahead.
So as was suggested, that it be absorbed into the operational budget, but should that be exceeded, it would be taken from contingency.
Okay. We have that motion from Deputy Reeve Ohl. All in favor? That motion carries. Thank you. We got time for one more. Deputy Director Kruger, you are up with multiple items. Let's go to B6, Meadows Homeowners Association, request for camera installation, page 53, 54 of our agenda. Go ahead, Director Kruger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As council might recall, this request came in from the Meadows to install security camera on an existing light pole. between 1 and 2 Meadow Point Drive. Council wanted the homeowner association to go out and engage their residents on Meadows and get buy-in. That was provided to council. I believe they got signatures from the majority of the residents on Meadows showing support. And the request of council, as council will see, there's 2 options, one for denying the request and one with approving the request with conditions. Thank you.
Okay, I'll go to council administration for any questions you have, comments or emotion. Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I was in support of this before, and was assured by Sharon that she had support of all the residents, and by the look of the sign-in signatures here, she's got support of all of the residents for this. So I would give you the motion to approve them doing this at this time.
Thank you. We have that motion to approve the installation of the security camera. Okay.
Sorry, including all the conditions listed in option 2.
Okay, and that's on page 53 of our agenda.
Yeah, 52 and 53, yeah.
Okay. Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. And again, I can't support this. I just don't feel good about having public property being used to surveil people or the public, especially when the footage that is going to be taken from it, even though it is on our land, is going to be held by the community.
Deputy Revol.
Sure, just checking whether I think there was mention of another post or another pole on private property that could be used. I guess that's something I just wanted to ask, just to recall that particular detail. Is that something I can ask for the division councillor, that question? Thank you.
Councillor Callister.
Yeah, as I understand it, this would be the less expensive way to go for the community, being that the infrastructure to put it on a private pole isn't there and would require an extra $30,000+ to get installed to be able to accommodate this. I guess the thing that prompted this was recent incursions into the community. A vehicle was stolen not too long ago. So there are a few things. It is, I mean, I think the conditions here make it pretty safe as far as invasion of privacy here. So I really don't see any problems with any of what they've proposed here, and with the conditions involved in option 2. I think it's pretty safe for us to approve them doing this.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the chair. I think I would speak in favor of the motion on the floor, and in adding to those comments. So this is a homeowners association. So if we don't support the homeowners association, then the responsibility most likely falls to the municipality. So a good example of this, and somewhere else where we have installed security cameras like this, is at the Greater Shed out at DeWinton, I believe, and Councillor Alger can correct me if I'm wrong on that point. But the ideas of homeowners associations is that they're established to alleviate some of the pressures on the municipality. And appreciating the comments from Councillor Estes, I still think that this is the medium ground with the conditions applied to accommodate the situation at hand. And if we do not accommodate this request, then I think that the endeavor will fall to the municipality as an end result.
Deputy Reeve Old.
Thank you for all the comments on this, and I appreciate the citizens have got together and their councillors in favor. But I think this opens the door to surveillance and sets precedent for Foothills County to do surveillance on public roads. And so the purpose, I think, is different than surveillance on our property where we're protecting our assets versus a public road. So I'm not in favor, and I appreciate that they will work on it and they're coming up with a list and a management plan, but I think we need to watch how this turns out because I'm not in favor of surveillance of the public in general due to privacy issues. Thank you.
Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair, and to add to that again, if it is Foothills County property, then yes, they have every right to protect with surveillance cameras, as does every individual homeowner. I myself have cameras on my property to protect my property and my belongings on that property. I back up Deputy Reeve Old's statement. I don't think we need to get into surveilling communities. If people want to protect their own properties, then you do so with the available tactics there are out there to do that. But to step into the role of surveilling, I'm not comfortable with that.
Councillor Callister.
Yeah, again, this is just a public safety venture. It's got nothing to do with surveilling anybody in particular. It's just keeping a track of the strange vehicles coming in and out of there, which has been an increasing problem. Crime in Foothills County, crime in the rural areas is significant, and I don't know that it's getting any better. This is a cry for help from this homeowners association, and I think we should support it. I think the conditions in option 2 address any sharing of data or anything like that. I mean, it's strictly for the RCMP after there's been an incident, and I really don't see anything wrong with it.
Okay, so we have the motion for approval with the conditions laid out from Councillor Callister. Oh, back Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to add when Councillor Callister mentioned there about the RCMP, is there, just giving a quick read of this again, is there anything in there that says that, I know it says that they'll be destroyed after 1 month, but perhaps there should be something in there about these are not for use by Foothills County, but for law enforcement. Or maybe there's something in there and I just missed it.
Yeah, the county has access to any of the files upon request. It's one of the conditions in there. But again, it is strictly for an incident, just a recording of an incident, whether it be prowling homes or trying to access vehicles. When you know, having a ring bell on your door doesn't take the vehicle license plate when it comes in and out. They can, they can be in and gone, and you'll never know who it was. So again, I support this effort by the HOA.
Okay, Councillor Kendall.
So where it says the county may request access to footage at any time, could we add, like, I guess it is assumed that it's our enforcement department, but could we put just law enforcement in general accessing? Because really, what the county doesn't need access to that like law enforcement does. It's just maybe just a little, I mean, I'm in favor of this because I think if I lived in one of those homeowners associations, I would want that too, so.
Okay, Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just through the chair to Director Cougars, Meadow Point Drive, is that It's a drive. So is that a roundabout? Like it only services this homeowners association? Okay, thanks.
Okay, so we have the motion for approval with the conditions listed. And I don't see anybody else. All in favor? And opposed? That motion carries. Okay, let's take a couple of minutes break. We get set up for our next public hearing. Welcome back. I'll open our public hearing at this point in time for DePauli Southeast 19, 17, 29 west of 4, request for road closure. Page 96 of our agenda. Manager Barrett, would you please introduce council and administration?
Certainly. Good morning. In council this morning, you have Councillor R.D. McHugh, Councillor Benita Estes, CAO Ryan Payne, Reeve Rob Seward, Deputy Reeve Suzanne Ohl, Director of Planning Heather Hemingway, Councillor John Callister, Councillor Laura Kendall, and online today we have Councillor Alan Alter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll lay out the process for our public hearing today. First off, we will start with a presentation from our municipal land administrator Fowler. Following her presentation, we'll go to the applicant, Mr. DePauli, for your comments or presentation, whatever you have. Following that, we will go to any members of the gallery or public that wish to speak to it. And following that, we will go to closing comments, first to the applicant and then back to MLA Fowler. At each step along the way, council and administration will be given an opportunity to ask questions for clarification. With that, MLA Fowler, please proceed with your presentation.
Good morning, Mr. Reeve and Council. The application before you is for the closure for license of a portion of the undeveloped road allowance adjacent to the east boundary of the southeast quarter of Section 19, Township 17, Range 29, west of the 4th Meridian, containing approximately 4 acres, more or less. This application has been made by the adjacent landowner, Angelo DePauli. The subject road allowance is within Council Division 1 and is located approximately 8.3 kilometers west of the hamlet of Cayley and approximately 4 kilometers south of Highway 540 East within an undeveloped portion of 24th Street East. The applicant owns the land on the west boundary of this road allowance and would like to utilize this portion of road allowance for the purpose of grazing. The land is traversed by 2 steep gullies, and they believe this makes it particularly suitable for grazing. This photo shows a view from the north end of the road allowance, looking south into the proposed closure area. The gullies shown in the topographical map are in the distance. The healthy grass in the area made traveling difficult and indicated that the road allowance is not regularly utilized. The road allowance to the north, directly adjacent to 658 Avenue and shown here in green, is currently open and unlicensed. The road allowance to the south, shown here in red, has been closed for license since 1993. The public hearing was advertised in the Western Wheel on June 3rd and 10th and posted on the Foothills County website. All required internal and external circulations were completed with no concerns identified. Today, we submit to Council 3 suggested options for their consideration. But firstly, I would like to point out that an administrative error was made in the staff report included in today's agenda. 2 draft bylaws were attached as Appendix B. Both were incorrect. A singular corrected draft has been provided to Legislative Services in the event this application receives first reading today. The suggested options provided for your consideration are option 1, that Council grants first reading to the bylaw to authorize the closure for license of the portion of undeveloped road allowance adjacent to the east boundary of Southeast 19, 17 of 29 West 4, containing 4 acres more or less. Access will not be denied. This would be subject to ministerial approval prior to 2nd and 3rd reading of the bylaw. Option number 2 would be that Council postpones their decision to allow administration to gather more information. And option 3 would be that Council denies the application. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll go to council administration for any questions you have at this time. I don't see any, so I'll go to Mr. DePaoli as the applicant. Any comments that you have?
Yes, I think the just basic purpose is just for the cows to graze every spring and fall. So it's just convenient and it's unused most of the time. So it seemed like a good use of the land.
Okay, and I'll go to council administration. Any questions you have of the applicant this morning? I guess my first question, Mr. DePoli, nobody ever drives up and down this road. Like it's pretty much inaccessible, eh?
If you had a quad or something, you could, but the gullies are so steep, it's a bit dangerous with the vehicle.
Yeah. Okay. Councillor Kendall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the applicant, so none of the adjacent landowners, I don't see anybody that wrote a concern, so they're all fine with that, according from what you know?
The one person, the neighbor, asked my brother about it and he was fine with it. So that's the only person I heard about it.
Okay, I don't see anybody else. So at this time, we will go to any members of the gallery that wish to speak. I don't have anybody on my list. Anybody in the gallery wish to speak to this application? I'm thinking probably here for the next one. Okay, then at this point in time, we'll go back to closing comments. Any closing comments you will have, Mr. DePoli?
No, I do not.
Okay, and back to council administration. Any questions? MLA Fowler, any closing comments?
I have nothing. Thank you.
One last time back to council and administration for any questions you have at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing in record time. You're welcome to remain in the gallery to watch council's deliberations and decision. Otherwise, you can also watch it online on the YouTube link that can be found on the county's website. Either way, a decision will be sent to you once the minutes are ratified of today. Thank you very much. Hope you have a good day. And do we need to switch meetings or are we good to go? Okay. Okay, council, why don't we deal with this while we are right at it? Our 10 a.m. hearing to Poli, page 96 of our agenda. I do not have any concern with this as the area councillor. I think it makes complete sense. It's just for license. It's not for purchase. Kind of a back in the middle of nowhere where nobody ever goes here anyways. I've looked at this road allowance from the distance a few times over the years, but that's as far as I've ever gotten. So I am in support of the lease, and I guess the request today would be for a first reading of the bylaw to authorize that closure. Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Motion for first reading.
Okay, we have the motion from Councillor McHugh. Anybody else? I don't see anything. All in favor? That motion carries. Just like that, record time. Okay, let's go to, do we have Mr. Kruger? Yeah, we do have Mr. Kruger online. So let's go to some of his items. Or did we cover all that? We did cover all that. I'm sorry. Let's just go to B7 then. Fish Creek Raw Water Reservoir request to revise conditions, page 61. I'm sorry, this is Mr. Kruger. Director Kruger, go ahead with item B7.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As council might recall, this request came in front of council. Council approved the dock with the conditions as outlined in the report. The landowners have asked for one of the conditions to be removed. One of the arguments is that, the one that they've asked to be removed is that the dock must be removed when not in active use. So they're okay with that remaining, but they would like the dock to stay in the water. They're saying removing the dock every time they're using it could disturb the bank and the vegetation on the bank. So it actually has a negative impact, whereas they were allowed to leave it for extended periods of time, it would be less of an impact. So their request is just to have the dock permanent, and stating that we have in our current approvals that the county can ask at any time the dock is removed. They're saying that condition in there they're okay with, and if we ever have an issue with the dock, then the county can ask for it to be removed. So As you can see of the request of council, there's the two options with the amended approval to remove the condition and one just to maintain the original approval that council gave. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'll go to council. Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Director Kruger. It may have been in the previous handout. What exactly is this dock made of? I know they said it's like environmentally friendly and all these kind of things, but what would you guesstimate the weight of this dock will be? Because I can see their point that there's no use like dragging it onto the shoreline with heavy equipment and whatnot.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Kendall, I'm not exactly sure. We did receive just a picture of what it could conceptually look like. I think our biggest worry is just that it's safe material to have on the reservoir, right? Something that won't be contaminated. So we were more focused on that, also making sure that it's something that doesn't have to be anchored in the reservoir. So there will of course be something on the bank holding it. So I'm not sure if they have anything lined up yet, but you do make a good point. That's like I said, removing it does have, if they use it every day, dragging it in and out could cause more damage and potentially, and also where we don't want to stir up too much sediment. So you could argue that stirring up that sediment right at the bank there would happen every time they pull the dock out.
Deputy Reeve-Ohl.
Thank you for your comments. Just in consideration of the explanation and thinking it through, there is certainly the ability for us to ask for it to be removed at any time. So I think this request seems logical. Also, I checked again too that the fastening is done in a way that's not perforating anything. And the safe material aspect, that has to be approved by Public Works. So I believe that will be reviewed. So can I just confirm that, Director Kruger, that you'll be reviewing this? Or your team?
Yeah, through the chair to Deputy Reeve-Ohl, that's correct. We will definitely be looking at that with the landowners and the manager of utilities, just to make sure we're all happy with what's going in there. Thank you.
So with that in mind, I would move the motion for option one when ready.
Okay, we'll take that motion as to remove that condition of the removing of the dock when not in use. Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. And just a thought, if it's sitting out there, isn't removed from the water, what about nesting birds? How do they plan on keeping it so it's not becomes a congregation for wildlife?
Through the chair, that's something we can work on them with. I'm just double checking some of the conditions we have here. You know, and I guess that goes to it as well. Like if they're pulling it out all the time, that then could disturb the nests. But if they're leaving it in, then I guess less of an impact. Not sure if that answers your question.
I guess the question was is that if birds are nesting on it, then how do they plan on using it if it's not pulled out and cleaned off and kind of put away per se?
For sure, we could. I guess if it gets used often enough, the birds might stay away. It's a condition that we can add if council wishes, just to look at that as well.
CEO Payne.
Yeah, and just for council, I wanted to make sure that council's explicitly aware that when you look at the draft document that was attached to the former report that had all of the conditions listed as to what could and could not go on the reservoir. The philosophy when council had approved that letter was that it was all private property around the edges of the lake, but the lake itself is Foothills County property. So if you're allowing the dock to sit on it, and that old letter actually said nothing was to permanently sit on it because it is Foothills County property and it then becomes our liability. So if you think through that process, if you had somebody cross private property and some individual who's not authorized to be there, as soon as they step foot on that dock, they're on Foothills County property. So it then becomes our liability if someone falls off the dock and drowns or has an issue or there's any problem that way. So I just wanted council to be aware that that was the philosophy behind the original letter and why it explicitly said that the family neighboring has an easement and they're allowed to go on and off the lake, private function only, but nothing could stay on the lake permanently. And as well, the contamination issues and motorized vehicles aren't allowed. So just wanted to remind council of that, just so that you've got that top of mind when you're thinking about the request in front of you today.
Deputy Reeve.
Thank you. So I think with this agreement, we are covering off the liability issue in relation to this. Perhaps Director Kruger, you can speak to that.
Through the chair. So one of the conditions we have on here is that owner must carry liability insurance acceptable to the county. Now, that's something we can work with them on. Not sure if what that would look like yet.
Thank you. And of course, we do have the statement that they must remove it at any time the county sees that it's necessary. So I think that gives us a way out on this as well. So I think we're covered with the liability and covered with the, should there be a situation arising that we could ask them to remove it entirely. So I think we're covered. So I still move that option 1. Motion on page 62.
Okay, you bet. Municipal Advisor Reeve Cameron.
There we go. Council. So one of the other reasons why you would wish to have it moved off at least once a year is the adverse possession argument. So once it's there without any time that they have to take it off, then they could claim adverse possession that it's theirs, that area is theirs. So you know, whether it's a road allowance or any municipal property, you know, allowing someone to have permanent occupation of it can lead to a problem in the future. So, you know, there may be another way to tackle that question, but and it may never come about, but it's just one reason why you look at, you know, whether it's temporary approval, you know, maybe you could approve it on a 3 or 5 year basis, and then they would have to come back for another approval at that point in time. And that way you could eliminate that issue.
Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through the chair to Advisor Cameron. What is the adverse possession? Is it 3 years?
I don't think there's a sort of set in stone, you know, so we've seen it on properties, more to do with individuals, where one landowner will, you know, let another landowner use their land, you know, and they fence it into their land and they use it. And this can be on lots and hamlets. And eventually you have a claim that, well, I've been there, you've never said anything. I didn't know until I, you know, surveyed it, found out I'm on your land, but it's now mine. And so adverse possession, I mean, there's other types of possessions, accretions on water bodies and things like that, but it's just something to watch out. So I'm not sure if there's an exact timeline, 3 or 5 years, but you know, an acknowledgement that the land is the county's and it's not a permanent occupation.
And maybe we could write that into the conditions of this approval?
Okay, let's go to Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Sure, I was kind of heading in that direction that perhaps we could include a statement that this, first of all, the land is the county's. To reiterate that, I think it's fairly obvious in the agreement, but that this is a temporary approval and precludes the adverse possession in any respect. So I don't know how we would state it, but somehow just to put that into the list of things. So is there perhaps a statement that could be drafted to add to that? Perhaps I would go to our municipal advisor or to our CAO in regards to that. Or to Director Kruger, who would like to take that on? Should we put an additional statement that just clarifies this?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it should be something mentioned in the motion, and maybe what Mr. Riva-Cambrin has advised of is a good solution, and that's just starting with just a 1-year trial to see how this goes, if council's supportive of having the dock, and ensuring in that approval that it would be removed. I'm assuming it'll have to be removed in the winter. I think there'd be issues with the dock itself if it wasn't removed, but so that may solve itself. But in the motion, you could put something like a 1-year term, and they would then have to return to council to ask for that approval to be considered as extended or a longer term, subject to however this first year goes. Just something to consider.
Thank you. Is there any other thoughts? Because again, we do have a statement in there that the county could ask for removal at any time. So that is there. So I do appreciate that. And then understand this type of dock construction can remain in the water. So it's really up to us as to whether we're going to make them drag it out or not, because apparently with the configuration that's there, it can remain floating and then just freeze up, and it doesn't have an effect on it's not dragged. As I'm familiar with a lot of dock stuff. So just wondering if there's a statement that can be agreed upon here, or would it be better for a trial period? Thanks.
Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The county fun police taking the fun out of summer for this family. So the word permanent has been thrown around quite a bit in the last few minutes. So my world of docks is the dock goes in the spring or early summer and comes out in the fall before it frees up. And Councillor or Deputy Reeve Ohl, understandable that they can freeze into place, but ice is pretty hard on any kind of structure left in. So typically people pull them out and leave them on the bank. So that's my definition of how this should work. And I don't even know if it needs to be clarified any clearer than what's already stated. Thank you.
Councillor Estes.
So with that being said, can we not just leave that the dock must be removed from the water when not in active use?
Back to you, Deputy Reeve Ohl.
I think by interpretation, that could mean if it's not used on a daily basis. So perhaps we could change it to winter.
So dock must be removed from the water during winter?
During winter, and then that would take care of all of our issues related to adverse possession and everything else.
Okay, so is that?
Yes, I would reframe that. I appreciate all the discussion. So I think they would get a full season out of it, and then we're disturbing the shore just 2 times per year.
Okay, so I'm just going to come back to your motion then. Are you seeking to change your motion to be?
So I would stay with 1, but it would be amending it to, instead of stating when not in active use, dock must be removed from the water over the winter.
Okay.
Does that help?
I'm seeing some head shakes, so I don't see anybody concerned with modifying that motion to that. So we do have the motion from Deputy Reeve Ohl to amend the condition whereby the dock must be removed from the water during winter. Okay, anybody else? All in favor? And opposed? That motion carries. Okay, we're gonna skip over a little bit so we can take advantage of people who may not be here this afternoon. So council, let's go to municipal planning items D2, Kaylee subdivision phase 3. This is page 162 of our agenda. Director Hemingway, are you taking this or?
Oh, I'm not, sir. I'm sorry. You moved really quickly there. I do need Deputy Director Granson in the room, and he will probably take a minute to get in here. But he has a presentation and he's prepared to speak to this item. Maybe
Okay.
we could do one other item while I get him. in
Okay,
the room.
then real quick, let's go to D8, or sorry, B8. B as in Bob, the Regional Economic Collaboration Group, Economic Development Training for Elected Officials, page 64, 65 of our agenda, CAO Payne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an invitation that came from Ursula Sherwood from Community Futures Highwood. Council's got the details. It is a workshop, and I believe Ms. Sherwood is looking to have individuals start to RSVP to this opportunity, and I was just putting this on the agenda to see if any council members are interested in attending. It's October 5th, 9 a.m. until 3 p.m., and it will be held at the Highwood Golf Course.
Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Being that I am on the Economic Development Committee, I am interested in attending. So I'll be there.
Okay, so for consideration would be a motion to acknowledge the invitation and authorize attendance of members of council who wish to participate. Were you want to give that motion, Councillor Callister? Okay.
Yes, I'll give you that motion. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Kendall.
I would also attend that.
Okay. And any members of council with that motion, assuming it passes, any member of council would be open to attend. So with that, we have the motion. All in favor? That motion carries. Okay. Now let's come to Deputy Director Granson for item D2, Kaylee subdivision, phase 3, page 162 of our agenda. Deputy Director Granson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this morning, we have a request. It includes 5 motions for you to address documents that we have prepared for the Kaylee Phase 3 subdivision plan. I'm just going to join the meeting and throw a map up or a tentative survey plan for reference. So as you know, oh, I've got the wrong date there. On July 2nd, 2025, the subdivision approving authority granted subdivision approval for 43 additional lots within the hamlet of Kaylee. This is in the northwest of section 19, township 17, range 28. We are working our way through those conditions of approval for the subdivision itself and are nearing preparation for registration. So with that, we did receive legal review and counsel with regard to some documents that we want to register on title. This includes a restrictive covenant, which includes architectural controls and development standards, as well as a party wall agreement for the proposed semi-detached dwellings, 2 templates for sales agreements. So these were created due to our legal counsel's recommendation to kind of give the county some opportunity to enforce those restrictive covenants and architectural controls, as well as protect ourselves from speculative purchasers. And finally, the last request is to proceed with preparing a request for proposal to obtain real estate representation for the sale of these lots when they are ready. So the documents have been provided within the agenda. I can provide a brief overview of each one, as well as answer questions if you have any. Do you want me to go into a bit of detail on those restrictive covenants and architectural controls, for example? any specific questions that came up, or do you want me to just kind of walk through them and give an explanation?
Okay, we'll go to council. I did have one in terms of the restrictive covenant part. So these lots are all zoned residential, no,
That's correct. So as of right now,
residential.
they're zoned as residential community. So that was the existing land use district on that balance parcel. The intention is that, how many of them? 25 of them will remain as that residential community district. We are proposing a future redesignation of 16 of them to the residential multifamily district to allow for those semi-detached homes. And then on the west end, there are 2 lots along paralleling Railway Avenue that are within the setback of the former Cayley landfill. So those ones cannot have a residential use on them unless the county does grant a variance to that setback. But it is our intention to basically hold on to those lots and likely use them as either commercial or green space as kind of a buffer to that setback distance. I'll bring up a site plan. I just need an invitation to the meeting, actually. Is it the general one? Okay.
Okay, so I guess my question is more specifically those 2 lots on the far west side that cannot have a residential house. I'm not sure that the restrictive covenant is very fitting for those. So I'm looking at the restrictive covenant, page 172 of our agenda, item 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I'm not sure that that's fitting for those lots. So I'm just wondering if perhaps the way to go on those 2 lots would be to just remove them from the restrictive covenant altogether, and allow the regular land use bylaw to govern what happens on those 2.
Yeah, absolutely. So yes, it is the intention that we would register. So as you can see here, just take a little zoom in. And I've highlighted them in colors. So these 2 red lots on the west end, the intention is that the restrictive covenant would not be registered on those 2 lots because it is applicable to residential development specifically. And same with the balance, it wouldn't be registered on the balance. So it'd be registered on these lots after registration. So it's basically concurrent, or subsequent to the subdivision registration. It gets registered on these lots, which we can do as the landowner prior to the sale of those lots. The restrictive covenant itself would be registered on all of the yellow, green, and blue. These are all residential lots. And then the party wall agreement, which is the second item in there, would be only registered, basically would be registered in pairs. So 1 and 2 would have their own agreement, 3 and 4 would have their own agreement as those pairs.
Okay, thank you for that. And that was the only concern I had. So that's
certainly, yeah,
very quickly addressed, and it looks good to me otherwise. So Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, so do we have this restrictive covenant? I guess my question is this is a fairly broad restrictive covenant? This is, yeah, I'm just looking to see what this restrictive covenant says here. I'm thinking it's got to be pretty broad. And then the second question would be so then who collects these architectural controls? I just kind of feel like the municipality's getting a little bit involved in this here.
So to provide a little bit of background, the previous 2 phases, so that's directly south Caspel and Coot Street, we have, as the developer and the landowner, we did have these architectural controls on there. And basically, primarily Donna Fowler, our land administrator, is the initial review. And in collaboration with our Public Works Department and Building and Safety Codes, they basically confirm that that they align with those architectural controls. So they are very basic. There's a basic kind of dwelling, what is it, size, setbacks, well, those are covered under buildings, or pardon me, the land use bylaw. There's limitations on the types of vehicles that can be stored on site. The building itself, it's very basic. We call them architectural controls, but really it's sort of just color, just a neutral color. We excluded pinks and bright oranges and things like that, which just carries on from the previous phases. We did include the requirement for the builder to plant a tree. That was new from the previous phases. So it's very similar to the previous two phases, and it has gone pretty well through administration and the land administrator. The one other item that did come up was the high intensity residential fire. So they're not acknowledged within these. They are strictly enforced through the building permit and the building codes. It was contemplated to add that in just to acknowledge, to say landowners are aware that that is a standard that they are required to identify on their building application, but not to regulate it through the restrictive covenants. Now, if I may as well continue. The restrictive covenant itself sort of has two parts. The RC carries with the land, and so the landowners themselves, once you purchase and live on site, those are the things that you're basically party to. So they're, again, pretty basic, not creating a nuisance, no burn barrels, maintaining one tree in the front yard, no derelict vehicles, things like that. The other side of it is the architectural controls, which is more directed towards the builder themselves to make sure that the development of the site aligns with kind of basic expectations, and that they complete the work within the required timeline. So that was kind of a 1 year commencement, 2 years to complete. And it basically ensures lot grading for stormwater management, building envelopes, and that landscaping is completed. And then once the landowner takes over, then it's basically just the restrictive covenants, just like any other community association might have. And again, they're very basic. There's very few kind of aesthetic provisions per se. It's really just sort of keeping your property clean.
Director Hemingway.
2 points. Similar to the other phases that we've developed in Cayley, these ones will not be allowed front driveways. So they're rear garages only. So that's outlined in the restrictive covenant. And a requirement for a porch in the front. So, I mean, it's a little bit more detailed. And we do allow for attached units in the residential community district. So it isn't necessary that we rezone them, but they are discretionary uses. Since we only have a few, it may not be necessary to rezone those lands. But it is certainly intended that they be duplexes. And that's why the party wall agreement is necessary.
And block 5 is the only ones that are allowed front driveways.
That's correct. As there's no laneway on block 5, they would be allowed a front driveway, and there's some basic provisions on that.
Deputy Revol.
Well, thanks for your comprehensive work on this entire project here. I just have one comment about, or in 2 questions related to the restrictive covenants, as we've seen them come into this room fairly often, that basically it's the neighbors that end up enforcing these at a certain time. And you've just mentioned there's 2 phases here, one at the build and then one post build. So I just wonder, how long does Foothills County stay on this in order to enforce anything in relation to this? Since typically what we see is we either regard or disregard those in applications, and this being under the county's purview at this point. Mm-hmm. Do we stay on this the entire length of this community?
So I did get some clarification on how restrictive covenants work. You basically do have to be an interested party in order to be party to that agreement, so to enforce it. So once we sell the lots, the county as an entity doesn't reside on one of those residential lots. We don't own one of those houses, so we are not party. We no longer become party to that agreement once we've sold the lots. So basically it would become up to those landowners and residents to enforce that restrictive covenant once we've sold the lots.
So they have no official arrangement. And so that means one landowner against another in a civil suit, similar to what we've seen in other communities,
That's correct.
unless they have a community association of some sort that decides to take that on, that burden. And then I guess the other was this request for the compliance deposits.
Yes.
And in the initial phases, I guess that's probably where the most risk is just getting the whole thing planned according to what we're hoping the community looks like. But in recognition of any challenges, that would cover legal administration and enforcement in the first phase. Is that kind of where that's heading? Well, and in the phase where Foothills has a vested interest before it ends up being over to the homeowners collectively. So that amount, would that cover any issues where we might have to follow up on what's going on?
So then, through the chair to Councillor O, the intent of the compliance deposit is for the purpose of the construction and ensuring that the development is completed, as well to cover any damage during during the process of constructing. So basically, once we have issued a final certificate on the grading, final inspections on the building itself, then we would release that compliance deposit back to the developer. So throughout the life of the home, we don't hold a compliance. It basically, once that house is done, we release it and they live on site.
Okay, so I guess I just don't want to see a lot of costs come to us in terms of rolling this out. So I hope that we can figure that one out so that county isn't paying for this as their role in this community as it evolves here.
Yeah, and that was some guidance from the legal counsel, was that it's better from the municipality's perspective that it is a restrictive covenant that is basically up to the community if they want to enforce it. You know, if one person's, I mean, the front driveway is less of a concern, like it is within the restrictive covenants, that they can't have one, and a neighbor could file a civil suit, for example, if somebody started parking in their front. But if they wanted to construct a front driveway, for example, they would have to come to us to get approval to construct on our road right of way and to change that curb, for example. And so we generally wouldn't allow for that because it'd be considered a second access. But it duly is enforced through this restrictive covenant by the landowners that, you know, just ensures that there's no cars parked in the front yard, basically. Protects the streetscape in general. That's just one example. I mean, if somebody removes their front tree and nobody really cares, then we don't enforce it. We're not part of that. A neighbor could enforce it if they chose, but we wouldn't be liable for that enforcement, or, you know, because we're not party to that restrictive covenant.
Okay, thanks for the explanations.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Deputy Director Granson, if that's the right title. How up to date is my map here? Like the Coots Street development? How many of those lots are developed already? Just curious, like roughly.
I believe there's only a couple lots that are undeveloped still. There's a few that are in construction or
Okay.
under construction, I should say. But I believe there's only, yeah, they're
Okay.
all sold, and there's just a couple that are not built on yet.
Okay, thanks. So roughly circa when is this map, if you happen to know, how up to date is the county map? that
The
we're
imagery
looking
is
at?
2024.
Oh, okay.
So 2 years, yeah.
Okay, so I'm looking at page 165 of our agenda. We have under motions for consideration, we have 5 items to look at. So the first one, let's look at 1A. Would council approve the restrictive covenant and architectural controls as presented? I'm just wondering, Deputy Director Granson, considering that we have those 2 on the west that are not going to be part of the restrictive covenant, do we need to clarify that in the motion Just say that the restrictive covenant and architectural controls are for lots dot dot dot, or is as presented
Yeah.
covered.
To the chair, it was my intention to give that instruction to the surveyor, but I don't think it would hurt to have that clarification in your motion that the two west lots and the balance would not be party to that restrictive covenant.
Okay. So then we'd be looking then for a motion to approve the restrictive covenant and architectural controls for this development, excluding block 1, lot 1, and block 2, lot 1. Councillor McHugh.
So moved.
Okay. Any further questions on that? All in favor? Councillor Alger, I can't quite see you. There we go. You're in favor. Okay, that motion carries. Let's go to 1B. Council set the refundable compliance deposit value for architectural controls at $2,500 per lot. Anybody like to give that motion or otherwise? Councillor Kendall, all in favor? That motion carries. Let's go to item 2, that council approve the party wall agreement. Councillor Deputy Reeve Ohl gives us that. All in favor? Motion carries. Item 3, the council acknowledge the template sales agreement. Anybody like to give that motion? Councillor Estes, all in favor? That motion carries. And item 4, direct administration to proceed with the preparation and posting of a request for proposal for the purpose of obtaining real estate representation for the future sales. I guess just before we go there, quick, how long is this going to take? Like, I think from my perspective, we were quite happy with the past realtor. Can we not just extend that to this lot rather than going through a very lengthy process?
I don't know the exact details of, I didn't interact with the previous one, realtor, but it was direction from administration that it would be beneficial to go back out and see what options there are for us. I believe it's a pretty quick process because there's many agents out there, and I think we had a few that submitted last round as well. So just out of opportunity and fairness to provide other opportunities for other realtors.
Okay. Okay, anybody else? Otherwise, a motion to direct administration to prepare and post. Oh, prepare and post. So this is, you don't need to bring it back to council. It's just prepare it, post it, get it gone. Okay. Prepare and post the RFP for realtor services. Anybody like to give that motion? Councillor Estes? Councillor Algers, sorry, we want to speak to it?
No, sir, I was going to give the motion, but that's fine.
Okay. Okay, all in favor? That motion carries. That's got that covered. Thank you. Let's take a couple minutes until we get set up for our next public hearing. Welcome back. We will open up our public hearing at this time for Kohut Kong, Southeast 33, 18-1, west of 5, amendment to the Ag District. Manager Bear, would you please introduce council and administration?
Good morning. In council this morning, you have Councillor R.D. McHugh, Councillor Benita Estes, CAO Ryan Payne, Reeve Rob Seward, Deputy Reeve Suzanne Ohl, Director of Planning Heather Hemingway, Councillor John Callister, Councillor Laura Kendall, and online we have Councillor Alan Alger.
Morning.
Thank you very much. I will lay out our procedures for our public hearing this morning. First, we will start with a presentation from our planning officer. Today, Planning Officer Curley will be handling that. Following his presentation, we will go to the applicants for your any presentation, comments, or input that you wish to provide to council. Following that, we will go to any members of the public that wish to speak to the application. From there, we will go to closing comments, first from the applicants and then back to our planning officer for closing comments. At each step along the way, council and administration will be given an opportunity to ask questions for clarification. With that, Planning Officer Curley, please proceed with your presentation.
Good morning, Mr. Reeve and Council. This application is for the future subdivision of an agricultural district parcel for landowners Cody and Nyaho Kohut. The formerly registered agent, Cody Kochivsky, has been removed as the landowner's agent. The application before you is a request to amend the agricultural district land use rules to allow the future subdivision of one 25-acre agricultural district parcel on the east side of the parent parcel. The parcel is within Division 2. It is located 12 kilometers west of High River, 10 kilometers east of Longview, and is bordered on the north side by Cole Trail and on the east side by 48th Street West. The project is within an area of predominantly agricultural lands, shown in green, that also include country residential developments, shown in orange. There are 5 confined feeding operations within 5 kilometers of the subject parcel, each with existing since before the 1980s, which predates Agricultural Operation Practices Act. The largest operating feedlot at Rimrock Cattle to the east has a deemed approval for 35,000 beef finishers and a minimum distance separation of up to 1.4 kilometers for agricultural purposes and 1.85 kilometers for non-agricultural purposes, with the nearest of these feedlots being at 2.4 kilometers from the subject parcel. All these feedlots are considered to be beyond necessary setbacks. The southeast and southwest quarter sections of Section 33, Township 18, Range 1, west of the 5th Meridian, is split by Cole Trail west since 1901, with the subject parcel consisting of the greater portion of the south of this road since around 1966. The first parcel out of the subject parcel was 10 acres taken in 1996. The 4 lots to the north of the subject parcel were subdivided into country residential district parcels between 1999 and 2004. Beyond these, the only subdivisions to be approved between 1993 and 2026 were the first parcel out of adjacent quarter sections, including a 5-acre parcel in first reading in February 2026, shown here in purple. In 2023, an application to redesignate 2 5-acre country residential district parcels from the subject parcel was refused due to removing the lands from agricultural district and the relative proximity to confined feeding operations. Further, a redesignation application for an undeveloped 5-acre first parcel out, here in red, was refused in 2024 as it was not found to have such sufficient merit in removing these lands from agricultural district. The subject parcel is zoned agricultural district. Lands adjacent to the application are zoned country residential district to the north, east, and west in orange, with the remaining lands zoned agricultural district in green. The lands appear primarily flat, with slopes potentially in excess of 15% in the southeast corner. The proposal asks council to consider amending the agricultural district land use rules to allow the future subdivision of one new 25-acre agricultural district parcel on the southeast corner of the subject parcel. Public Works recommends a lot grading plan to be provided to determine the developable envelope consisting of a 30-meter setback from any slope in excess of 15%, as determined to be within the proposed new parcel. The subject parcel is currently accessed from an existing approach on the north from Cole Trail West and through an existing field approach from 48th Street West. Cole Trail West is constructed within a 20-meter right-of-way with an 8-meter wide chip seal surface. 48th Street West is also constructed within a 20-meter right-of-way, but has a 6-meter width gravel surface. The balance parcel maintains access through the approach here from Cole Trail and has the field access here on 48th Street. The proposed parcel would have access through a new individual approach here. Public Works recommends to apply a 5-meter road caveat for road widening for both roads adjacent to the subject parcel, Cole Trail and 48th Street. The proposed 25-acre parcel contains no development. The balance parcel contains existing development, including a single-family dwelling, 3 garages, a concept, several agricultural related buildings, a septic tank, and water well. The application was externally circulated to those agencies as required under the Municipal Government Act. ATCO and Fortis provided comments stating no concerns with the land use amendment. The application was circulated to the county's Public Works Department, who require a lot grading plan to show existing grades and a building envelope displaying a 30-meter setback from any slopes in excess of 15%. They further recommend to apply a 5-meter caveat for future road widening on both roads. The application was circulated to landowners within a half mile of the subject parcel's quarter section within the county, shown in blue. Notice of this public hearing was advertised in 2 issues of the Okotoks Western Wheel on June 3rd and 10th, with 2 written submissions received prior to today's hearing. This concludes my presentation, Mr. Even Council. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'll go to council and administration for any questions you have. Deputy Revol.
Sure, just one in relation to the order of things here. Just would this be considered a second parcel out? Considering the first size and then how we have essentially a 149, almost 150 acre parcel. Is there any history as to what this would be considered? Or is it beyond second parcel, this application?
Through the chair to Deputy Revol. Essentially, this would be considered a second parcel out. Yes, considering the size and the area that's taken south of Cole Trail.
Okay.
The first parcel out of this section is considered to be that triangular point to the west of it.
Okay, appreciate that clarification.
I would concur with that assessment.
Okay, I don't see anybody else. So at this point in time, we will go to the applicant, Mr. Kohut and Mrs. Cohn. Any presentation, comments, input that you wish to provide to council?
Well, we've been approached by a a few different young couples. And they want to start like a small farm. Not an acreage, you want to get like horses and goats or turkeys and stuff like that. So we thought we'd take this out and they could start up a small family farm.
That's all, literally, that's all we're trying to.
Pretty well, that's it, sums it up.
Okay, simple and sweet. We'll go back then to council and administration for any questions you have. Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you for explaining. Hi, I'm over here. Thank you for explaining your reasons. Just wondering if you think there may be any pushback to being in, we call it the feedlot sandwich, where we've got a lot of feedlots in the area and smaller parcels would have a lower tolerance towards agriculture in the area. So just wondering if you have a comment on any issues you think would be related to having a smaller parcel.
Well, we could do a smaller one. But most people, well, the couple that approached us, two different couples, they were looking for something bigger so they could.
Can I just have you get the mic a little closer to you there? We can't hardly.
So the couples, two couples that approached us, they were looking for something bigger than like 10 acres. And they wanted to like start a small farm and.
So that's the 25 acres
Yeah.
that, right. So I was just saying that that was the smaller parcel, not that you have to go smaller, but just to understand if it's a smaller than a quarter section, sometimes there's low tolerance towards the feedlot activity. So it seems like there won't be any problem with the tolerance for the feedlots. That's really all I was asking.
No, I don't think there should be any pushback with that, no.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go to. No. Okay, I don't see any further questions. So at this time, we will go to members of the gallery that wish to speak. Is there anybody in the gallery that wishes to speak to this application today? Yeah, Mr. Lockhart, if you want to just come to the. If you could just start by introducing yourself for the recording secretary and then please proceed. And you do need to get fairly close to the mic so we can hear you there.
Thank you, Chairman and Council. My name is John Lockhart. We have 3/4 section just to the south of this proposed parcel, all of which is in agriculture. We're just outside the half-mile notice by the width of the road allowance. Anyway, I assume that my written submission has been turned to everybody.
Yeah, I believe we have it. Yes.
Is it necessary that I review that or may I just speak to it?
No, we've all had a chance to read it, so I don't think you need to read it.
Okay,
But
basically what I'm concerned about, this does not, in my mind, have any connection with being a first parcel out. Secondly, if you could put up the number 9 page of your presentation, which shows the development in the neighborhood. This is the one. There are, at this time, at least 24 wells within a mile of this proposed application. And I'm concerned that we are draining the aquifer seriously already. And if we allow this to go ahead, or I shouldn't say we, if council allows this to go ahead, we would have at least one and probably several more wells put into this program. It's disturbing to me that we would be subjected to 25-acre subdivisions. When I worked as a land appraiser in BC, we did a survey of 2, 5, 10, and 20-acre parcels, and they all sold for the same price. So obviously, the larger parcel did not bring more money to the subdivider. Now, I don't know whether that actually applies in this district because I've never had occasion to do that, but I would suggest that it probably is true. I would not like to see the traffic on the road, which is labeled 48th Street, to become more, to be more. There are currently 4 residences facing onto that south end of that road, and there's 2 residents or 3 residents along it on the east side and 1 on the west side. All of these have wells. They're not marked as such on the map, but as you come south on that road where the proposed entry is, you would not see it until you were too late if you were driving north from the south side. If you're driving north on 48th Street and somebody was coming south, they would be onto the approach before you would be aware that they were even there. So basically, I am concerned that this is unnecessary subdivision leading to something else down the road. And my experience with 20-acre or even 10-acre lots is they tend to be sterilizing the soil for agricultural purposes. They either A, don't take care of the property, or B, they try to overgraze it, and the net effect is the same. I think that's basically all I would have to say at this point, except if somebody's asked me why I'm wearing a pink shirt. I'm supporting the health unit at their rodeo this weekend, which they are all wearing pink shirts, proving that they're tough enough to wear pink.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lockhart. I don't see any questions for you, so thank you. Is there anything else in the gallery? No? Okay.
Can I make one comment?
At this point in time, we will go to closing comments. So yeah, please proceed with any closing comments that you have.
Okay. I just want to let you guys know on the east side of, no, south side of the property, there's a creek that actually runs along the fence and everything. And we homestead there in, I don't know, the 1800s. I'm 6th generation out there. And there's springs all over and they just come out of the ground. So if they got horses and stuff like that, they just drink out of the creek.
Okay.
And Sam knows that because the creek runs right through his land too.
Okay. That was all you had for closing comments then?
That's it.
Okay. Back to council administration for any questions you have for the applicant. I don't see any. So at this point, we'll go back to Planning Officer Crowley. Any closing comments that you have?
I would add that if there are creeks or any drainage, those will show through a log drainage and grading plan. That's, I have no further comment.
Okay. Back to council and administration one last time for any questions you have. I don't see any. So at this point, I will close the public hearing. You're welcome to remain in the gallery to watch council's deliberations and decisions. You can also watch the meeting online on the YouTube link can be found on the county's Facebook or website. Either way, anyone who is registered will be given a written notice of the decision once minutes are ratified, likely next week. Thank you all for coming. Hope you have a good day. We're good to just carry on? Okay, so let's deal with this while it is fresh in our minds. Kohat Kong. Item C2, this is in Council Division 2. Councillor Estes, did you wish to start us off?
Thank you to the chair, and I struggled with this one. I read it a number of times. One being that it is to stay as agricultural district, not going into country residential, therefore being close to feedlots and that I didn't see as being a problem. But at the same time, we're reducing an acreage agricultural piece of land down substantially, and this would be the second parcel out. So, yeah, I look to other councillors for their input. Thanks.
Anyone else? Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I cannot support this. It's second parcel out. These parcels are kind of few and far between. Highly valuable as a bigger chunk than in smaller chunks. A little vague on the who's going to buy it and what their intentions are, which obviously we have no control over. But yeah, I just can't support it. The proximity to confined feedlots as well is maybe sound like, oh yeah, we're not concerned, but then it can become a concern, especially when the feedlots increase their size. So for those reasons, I cannot support this.
For myself, yeah, this is a second parcel out in an area that is predominantly agriculture, and with the number of feedlots in the area, feedlots have a pretty broad expanse of influence between haul and manure and everything that goes along with the feedlots. Our MDP, our growth management strategy, speaks quite a lot to protecting agricultural operations, ability to operate, and I feel that this is infringing upon that. Not all CFOs are the same. Feedlots tend to be the ones that have that very broad influence. So I don't support the application as it is. Is there anybody else? Or sorry, Councillor Alger, I didn't see you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. That's fine. I agree with all the comments. Second parcel out. Mr. Crowley talked about some other applications in the past that were refused and mentioned the fragmentation of agriculture. But as I recall, it was council's decision at the time to put more parcels within the feedlot sandwich, as Deputy Revo called it, was not a good idea, even though this is a larger parcel. Just because it's designated ag doesn't make you a farmer. It's still the fragmentation of farmland. So I would not support it. Thank you.
Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair, and thank you for the comments. I would give you option number 2 for refusal.
Okay, we have that motion for refusal from Councillor Estes, and I don't see anybody else. All in favor. That motion carries. Okay, let's go back to our B items. Go to B9, Land Lovers Network, request to meet with council, page 69 of our agenda. Manager Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Reeves. So council has a request in their agenda package from the Land Lovers Network. It was a letter requesting a meeting with council. It appears that they are doing some studies along the headwaters, along the eastern slopes, and have been engaging in the communities within the county and would like to share some of those results with council, if council is amenable.
Deputy Revolt.
Thank you for the explanation, and just want to remind us that we do have our own functioning Fish Creek Watershed Association that we support in the area. And so I appreciate that it sounds like the good work of this organization. So at this time, we would move to accept the request as an acknowledgement and ask if they could please send a written report to us so that we could have a chance to read that report for now.
Okay, so that is a motion to acknowledge and request a written report as an alternative instead of. Okay. Anybody else? All in favor? That motion carries. Let's go to B10, Foothills County Privacy Management Program, page 71 of our agenda. Manager Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Reeves. So provincial legislation was introduced last year that requires municipalities to implement a privacy management program. The PMP is like a framework that.
I don't think we can hear you very good.
Sorry. The PMP is like a framework that outlines how the county will meet its legislated responsibilities under this Protection of Privacy Act and the regulation. It basically just establishes a consistent approach to how information is collected and used and released throughout the county. So this is part one. Part two of the process will consist of updating related internal policies and procedures and develop privacy training for council and staff, a records management system, information classifications, privacy impact assessments, and so on and so on. So today I'm just looking for adoption of the PMP, and I'm happy to try to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions, Council? Deputy Revolt.
Well, thank you for putting this together. I think it's very comprehensive, but I really think it has to be a living document because there's so many changes in technology that we're being subjected to. I just read an article that the University of Toronto just developed an AI worm to infect or try to help prepare for what's coming for some of the technological issues that we're going to face, all of our organizations and private individuals as well, as to what's happening. And the technology now is a self-learning technology that could have a huge impact on whether it's information that we've posted, whether it's our documentation on our website, as well as videos or our overall systems. And I know we have a really great IT department, but I think the external threats is something that is really important and is really noted as to the issues that are related to insurers right now, that those are escalating. So I think that external threats is really important to stay up on, but also the overall breaching of the privacy is a very big deal, because there are not only breaches that are perhaps related to individuals who may have breached information, but also to overall technology being breached and what that really entails. So I believe we have an overall statement that you put together that I think is helpful, but we have to perhaps learn from some organizations that have gone through breaches that, maybe what I thought your words were well prepared, and that the breach response be sensitive, but there's really no recourse or effect that can be given to someone who has incurred a breach. So that's maybe absent in there as one comment, but that can be something that can be considered or worked on. So I think for now, I think what is there is adequate and also very comprehensive overall, because of if you want to say it, the scale of all of the types of impacts that are related to privacy. So what's done is great, but I think there's so much more for us to do. And that's to really consider how we put out information, as well as how we use it internally and who has access to it, and whether the locked file cabinet and the use that's on the internal systems are all adequate. And we're, I guess, just really that comment about it being a living document and that we continue to evolve, as I feel like this is going to become a greater and greater issue. So overall, I appreciate all the work you've done, but I hope we can be extremely cautious that this is something, and I appreciate that you're also the privacy designate, and that this is something that's obviously a big thing on your workload. So I'm happy with the work, and I'd be happy to support it through a motion, but I also would ask for a caution to be really added to this. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll take that as a motion then to approve the Foothills County PMP as presented. CO Payne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to share with council that this is actually a very substantial undertaking to put this plan in place. You'll see on page 92, there's a number of items that are part of a checklist. These are all mandatory requirements under POPA, or Protection of Privacy Act legislation, which of course POPA is one of the acts that replace FOIP. ATIA, the Access to Information Act, is the other piece. Province through Bill 33 split FOIP into two separate acts and then created this new legislated framework. So I just want to caution council that this likely comes with future resource asks that will be coming in future budgets to manage the pushing of a lot more paper to deal with these new requirements from the province. Everything from formally classifying every piece of correspondence back and forth with ratepayers, internally, externally, with other agencies. All of it's now got to be classified and tracked and follow a policy framework. There's a very substantial staff training component to all of this as well. So I want to caution council, this is another example of a provincial initiative where there's a lot of talk about red tape reduction, but on the municipal side, this is a lot of extra work. It looks fairly small in the 26 or 27 pages here, but all of the work that's going to flow from this legislation, which actually came into effect last Thursday, the requirement for this, is going to be a lot more work that you'll see coming back to you in separate policies, budget requests for staff training, and some of the mandatory components of this. So it doesn't look like a lot, but I do want to acknowledge Manager Barrett and the amount of work that she's done off the side of her desk just to get the bare minimum done, which will culminate in substantially more than what you see here. And I'm going to keep using big words like substantial and a lot of work and a lot of cost and a lot of people requirements to move all of this along, just because it is a mandated item and we don't have a choice as to whether or not we do this. It is required legislation. So.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I saw when I was reading this. It was dollars. Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to that end, through the chair to the CAO, would this require the hiring of a privacy officer? I see that is left blank on our rolls.
Well, I'm looking at Manager Barrett because I know she's been sitting in the training sessions, and when the province rolls this out and does the training, they always state, once you've established your full-time privacy officer position and all of their support staff, and this is the kind of conversation they have. So, I'm not saying that administratively Foothills County should be opposed to protecting privacy and administering things properly. I think that's very important. Absolutely, it's important. It's just, how do you do it? If all of this paperwork and process makes things better, that's one thing, but there is a cost associated with that as well. So I don't think we'll have the answer to that question until after the process is rolled out and set up and formalized, but just wanted to caution council that there is more to come. We're not intending on hiring any new personnel today. I think we want to start developing policy. This is in legal review as well. So if there is any suggestions from our legal counsel, we would be coming back to council for future amendments if they're required. But we're also looking at options for the training component. Brownlee has offered certain price and scenario to go through the process of training staff, training management. And then you'll notice in here, there's an annual requirement as well for various levels of staffing to be retrained and reminded of how things are done and the importance of this plan. So yeah, maybe I'll stop there, but it will be a living document and it'll be an ongoing conversation that we'll continue to have with council as time permits.
Deputy Revolt, back to you.
Sure, thank you. That just begs the question, when you look at all these things as to, if you look at the outcome of the worst case scenario, it's a breach. So that's the end. You know, what if that happens? And I've been through that through an organization that lost my data. And really it's the too bad, so sad clause is in effect, because there's really not much you can do about it. You can't bind them. You can't do anything in relation to it. You process that and you change things to make it better, but essentially that's policy driven and also I would call that handling versus tracking, substantial tracking and excessive staff time. So if our outcome could be focused towards more handling process and learning and staying on top of technology, so we really support our IT department, I think that's where the biggest issue is related to what comes from the outside, as well as, of course, there could be internal issues. But again, as we process people's private information, whether it's their financial, like they've given us access to their bank account, or they have enough details to do identity theft, any of those things have to be very carefully thought through as to how we handle them. But once you have a process in place, really, you don't have to spend a lot of time on it. But the requirements here maybe begs us to do a report back to the government of Alberta to say, you know, this is way too excessive and not an affordable situation when we're trying to reduce taxes and you're burdening us with such a level. But I think that I would say the focus could be on handling processes versus the substantial tracking. I'm using the CAO's word, substantial. And then considering the worst case scenario and working back from that, instead of trying to fit in all these other long list of things that they're trying to achieve. Thank you.
Okay, so we have the motion from Deputy Reeve Old to approve the Foothills County Privacy Management Program as presented. I don't see anything further. All in favor? That motion carries. Okay, let's go to municipal planning items. We have D1, Warren Reed, Northwest 15, 2028 West of 4, second and third reading of the bylaw, page 156. Director Hemingway.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Council is requested to consider second and third reading of bylaw 70, 2025, adopted on November 12th, 2025, in which case all members of council present are able to vote on this application. During that public hearing, council did approve the creation of one new 8.82 acre parcel to be designated as country residential subdistrict A on the east side of these spaghetti 20s up on Droppo Hill on 128th Street in, it says Reeve Seawarts Division.
Yes.
I'm sorry, that's line is 547 there. And we have a balance of just over 11 acres. Yeah, 11.17 acres. All conditions imposed at first reading have been met, and we will be considering the subdivision application of this proposal later on in your agenda. I would request second and third reading, and if council has any questions, I'd be happy to try and answer them.
Thank you. And yeah, this is in my division. I don't have any concerns with this infill situation. Fits with others in the area. Looks like everything is set to go. So anything else from council members or a motion for second? Councillor Alger, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll give you the motion for second.
Okay, we have that motion. All in favor? Motion carries. And third, from Councillor Estes, all in favor? Sure, I didn't see your hand, Councillor Alger. Were you in favor? Okay, motion carries. That concludes municipal planning items. Let's go to subdivision. Motion to go into subdivision from Councillor Callister. All in favor? Motion carries. E1, Weed, Northwest 27, 21-2 West of 5, page 205. Director Hemingway.
Thank you, sir. This is the subdivision component of an application to create a 4-acre country residential sub-district A parcel, leaving a 6-acre balance in Councillor Alger's division, just south of the Mail Route, I believe that road is called. It's a 10-acre parcel. The new parcel would be country residential sub-district A, as I mentioned. Please note there are 2 letters of concern within your agenda. Oh, I'm sorry, those are at the subdivision stage. I didn't want to miss them and I wrote it down too many places. But we are at subdivision, so please note there are 2 letters of concern in your agenda package. And we are also requesting municipal reserve on the entirety of the subject property in accordance with municipal reserve policy of council. And I have reviewed all the conditions and I'm quite satisfied with them. There is a concern with respect to the east boundary drawing and where the property line is. I would suggest that a condition of approval is a survey plan. And that will get worked through once there's a survey plan and figured out. The letter addresses that the east boundary shows the property line boundary as extending into the adjacent parcel. But that's because there's a fence there. I think the fence extends into the adjacent parcel, and hopefully the survey will clear that up as to where the property line boundary is on the east side.
Okay, Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That was the concern I also had, and I just wondered if on the recommended conditions that number 2 would handle that as a as-built drawing from Alberta Land Surveyor would rectify the situation and put the pins where they're supposed to be. And as we know, all over the county, the fence lines don't necessarily dictate property lines. So do we need to add another condition, or will condition 2 cover that?
If I may, sir, my suggestion is condition number 1 would cover that, as they will have to identify all boundaries through that number 1 of a plan of survey.
Okay, as long as that
I think there are pegs in the ground already, so they'll tie off those existing pegs.
Yeah, that's kind of what I read into it. Okay, other than that, I have no other issues. I'm thankful and acknowledge the letters we got from the other residents, and we'll give you the motion for subdivision. Thank you, sir.
Okay, we have that motion to approve the subdivision from Councillor Alger. Anybody else? Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Sure, thank you for the explanation. I was wanting to again recognize the letter related to the boundary, and perhaps can we just ask for a note on file to make sure that we're aware of the follow through on that. I guess that's something that you just don't want to miss it in our very, very busyness that we're all living through right now. So thank you. Some sort of note would be great.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On page 211, the letter from Jeff Buchetta mentions that there's a farm building on the proposed subdivision that still stands, but is strangely not shown on the site plan provided in the package that they received from Foothills County. So I was trying to figure that out, but couldn't.
It's a shed. It's on the ortho map, I believe.
Okay.
You can see the shed shown on both pages, both top and bottom of page 209 along the east boundary. And it's intended to be removed. It's a condition of removal. Council could have left it, but they chose to require it to be removed as a condition of subdivision.
Okay, we have the motion from Councillor Alger to approve the subdivision. I don't see anything further. All in favor? And opposed? That motion carries. Let's go to E2, Warren, Northwest 15, 2028 West of 4, request for subdivision approval, page 214. Director Hemingway.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Once again, we'll look at this application. Now we're doing the subdivision component, creating an .82 acre country residential subdistrict A parcel along the eastern boundary and a balance parcel. We're also proposing an overland drainage easement area. The 8.82 has a long panhandle along the north boundary that reaches to 128th Street. I have reviewed all the conditions. We have buildings being moved. We have future road dedication agreements for the panhandle. Please note, condition 5 can be removed. It's a duplicate of what's already in condition 6B. So I'll make sure that gets removed. And I would direct council's attention to condition number 15. This is a tough one for us. So our public reserve policy does suggest that we take the municipal reserves on the parcel when it's as small as it can be within our land use bylaw and defer it on the balance, which is what we propose, to take the municipal reserve on the 8.82 and defer it on the balance. Council is able to take it on the entirety of the parcel. You're able to defer it completely on the parcel. As a nominal 20, it could subdivide into 4 parcels. I'm just not sure how physically that could ever happen because these long skinnies are so tough to do. So we've put it out there as what we would suggest is our interpretation of the policy. To take it on the small parcel and to defer it on the balance as sort of a balanced approach to how to take the reserves on this one.
Thank you for that. As the area councillor, I'm in support of this. We just gave it land use. This is a infill. I was very curious though about the 1% of
Oh yeah.
MR that was taken back in 1970, 1978, was it?
Yeah, we really did a deep dive here. No.
Any background on why that was done?
It used to be done all the time. It was a common practice actually in the 70s when these 20-acre parcels were split, they would take 1% of the municipal reserve and defer 9%. Yeah, it's very not helpful today. So they did all sorts of different things than they do now with respect to municipal reserve. I really try and keep it at the 10%, and I try not to defer reserves onto other lands as it causes a whole lot of issues for future landowners who don't understand these issues. But we reviewed the history of the reserves for this application in great depth and detail as much as we could find because it's not particularly clear. But it is only 9% outstanding, not 10%.
Thank you for that. So yeah, it'd be my recommendation to proceed with removal of condition 4 as recommended, since it is covered under 6B. Anybody else?
Five can be.
Removal of condition 5, since it's under 6B. Anybody else or a motion? Deputy Reeve Old gives us that motion for approval. All in favor? That motion. Just checking for Councillor Alger. Motion carries. Motion to go out of subdivision from Councillor Estes. All in favor? Motion carries. Accounts. Are we ready for accounts? Yep. Any questions, comments, or emotion?
Go on.
Could it be Fortified Technologies? For 31,651. Was your question specifically about it or just more understanding? Okay.
If I may, Mr. Chair, this is for the Verkada Pass, and it's a license renewal through our IT department. Verkada is the swipe cards that we have on all of our facilities, so it's tied in with our security system. It's the app that you would have on your phone to get in and out of the building, as well as back into any secured areas. So this would be the annual license for that system.
So that's for the license for the entirety of the system or just for the app portion or?
This is for that entire system, and it says that it is for June 26th to May 31st, 2027, and this is for the license renewal.
That seems a little hefty for just letting people get in and out with their fobs.
Okay, was that a motion then to approve accounts for today?
Well, now that I know what it is, it doesn't mean I approve of them, but now I know what it is, so.
Okay, we have the motion to approve accounts from Councillor Kendall. All in favor? Motion carries. And minutes. Any questions, comments? Director Hemingway.
For council to understand that the subdivision that was approved and that you're going to today ratify the minutes, we're going to bring back to you for reconsideration in a week's time because we had neglected to put a letter of concern in the application when you reviewed it. So you will approve the, I can't remember, that's the Butalar subdivision. We're going to do that one again. We're going to need to do a redo. It's on the agenda for next week as well.
Okay, so our minutes are to approve what happened last week and okay. And there was that one suggested change. I think that got put through in terms of removal of one counselor for the one item. Okay. So I'd look for a motion to approve the minutes or otherwise. Councillor Callister gives us motion to approve the minutes. All in favor? Motion carries. With that, we are almost at lunch. Why don't we take a motion to a break for lunch? Councillor Callister again. All in favor? Motion carries. Welcome back. We have a municipal advisor, Eva Cameron, here to take an item in closed. So I'd look for a motion to go into closed from Councillor Estes. All in favor? Motion carries. Welcome back. Council, let's just take a couple minutes and get set up for our next hearing. Welcome back. It is 1:42, so I will call our public hearing to order for Lobanova and Pavlenka. I'm sorry if I pronounced that incorrectly. Southeast quarter of section 1822 west of 4. Sorry, 18. I'll start again. Southeast 1822 4 west of 5. Site-specific amendment. Manager Barrett, would you please introduce council and administration for us?
Certainly. Good afternoon. In council this afternoon, you have Councillor R.D. McHugh, Councillor Benita Estes, CAO Ryan Payne, Reeve Rob Seward, Deputy Reeve Suzanne Ohl, Director of Planning Heather Hemingway, Councillor John Callister, Councillor Laura Kendall, and online we have Councillor Alan Alger. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. I will lay out the procedure for our public hearing this afternoon. We will start with a presentation from our planning officer. Today, Planning Officer Kotler is attending online for that. Following that, we will go to the applicants for any presentation, comments, or input that you wish to provide to council. Following that, we will go to any members of the public and the gallery that wish to speak to the application. And we ask that comments be kept relevant to the application, that comments be kept to about 5 minutes, and everybody will be given one opportunity to speak. Following that, we will go to closing comments, firstly to the applicants, and then secondly to our planning officer. At each step along the way, council and administration will be given an opportunity to ask questions. With that, Planning Officer Kotler, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you and good afternoon, Reeve and Council. The application before you today is for a site-specific amendment to the Country Residential District land use rules to add tourist home as a permitted use. The subject parcel is located within Council Division 4, located on Aspen Creek Drive, 1 kilometer west of Highway 762 and half mile from the municipal boundary with Kananaskis. The application proposes to further amend the land use bylaw by authorizing a site-specific amendment to the Country Residential Land District rules to allow for unhosted tourist home within the existing principal dwelling with accommodation for a maximum of 14 overnight guests. It is to be operating year-round to provide short-term residential accommodations. Should council approve this application to provide a site-specific amendment for the property, the approval of a subsequent development permit would then allow this use as a temporary basis for up to 2 years. Tourist home is defined as a dwelling unit operated with the intent of a vacation rental or lease on a short-term basis that is occupied by guest or guests for a period not to exceed 30 days. Further, unhosted is defined as accommodation whereby the dwelling owner and operator is not residing in the dwelling during the period it is being occupied by guests. The application identifies the following regarding the operation of the tourist home: use of the existing 3,000 square foot walkout basement dwelling for year-round rental for guests short-term. 17 acres of land provides significant separation from neighboring residents, adequate buffering and privacy. The property is serviced by a private well and private septic system. Vehicle traffic associated with the tourist home to be similar to that of a large rural residence. The property will be actively managed to ensure safety, compatibility, and responsible guest conduct. 2 or 3 existing outdoor fire features have been removed, and the remaining fire pit is being redesigned to increase safety with a sand pit and water hose. And fire ban notification will be communicated directly to guests immediately upon announcement by the county. Waste is regularly collected and bear-resistant waste bins are utilized. Guest booking through online booking, instant booking is not enabled. All reservations are manually reviewed prior to acceptance. Noise monitoring devices and exterior security cameras are installed, and no signage is proposed. The 3,200 square foot walkout basement dwelling is the only proposed building to be included within this application. The subject lands are characterized by rolling topography and is densely treed. The highest elevation is situated near the center of the property with slopes to the eastern boundary leading to a recurring minor stream and pond shown in blue. The existing structures located on the subject parcel are the single-family dwelling shown in orange, detached garage with secondary suite above shown in green, barn shown in pink, and greenhouse shown in yellow. The secondary suite application for the suite above the detached garage is to be submitted at the conclusion of this application. Background. This application was a result of enforcement. Quick timelines. The call came to our office January 28th. The compliance officer connected with the landowner on February 2nd. The application for site-specific amendment was submitted on February 13th. Through continuing conversations, the landowners have advised that they have marked the property as unavailable for rental while this application is being processed. This photo shows the existing approach taken from Aspen Creek Drive facing southeast, as well as Aspen Creek Drive facing west and east. This photo shows the dwelling proposed to be used as the tourist home. The detached garage with the suite above, which is not part of this application, and the barn, also not part of the application. And this photo is of the eastern slope behind the single-family dwelling down to the pond. This application was circulated to all required internal and external agencies. Agency circulation comments not previously stated. Public Works has advisory recommendations. It is the applicant's responsibility to consult without require an appropriate water license if the annual water usage increases to over the single-family dwelling amount of 1,250 square cubic meters per year. It is the applicant's responsibility to monitor and address quality changes to the water source, and a septic system may be worth determining if an increase is required. This application was published in 2 issues of the Western Wheel publication on June 3rd and 10th. Also, area residents within 1/2 mile were circulated as shown on the map. Letters were received and have been included in the agenda package. This concludes my presentation. Thank you, Mr. Reeve and Council.
Thank you very much, Planning Officer Kotler. I'll go to Council and Administration for any questions you have at this time for the Planning Officer. Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to the planning officer, I just wondered if you can explain to us, we're looking at an application for a permitted use. Would it be within our purview to say discretionary as well? Because I'm thinking in terms of if there was a renewal, first of all, the development officer would have to make a decision on the length of time for the development permit. And they have the discretion to go from, it looks like 12 months to 24 months. So first of all, is it within our purview to make a decision for permitted or discretionary?
Through the chair, yes, you as council can determine whether this will be added as a permitted or a discretionary use. And a tourist home always requires a development permit. So whether it is determined to be permitted or discretionary, a development permit would follow this process.
Thank you. And what factors will would a development officer consider when they were determining the length of the approval, which we understand is within that time frame? So would you explain that to us, how you would make a decision on that?
The land use bylaw tells us that the maximum length of that development permit should be 2 years.
So you would review the factors and come up with that solution for that time frame?
Indeed.
And then the same thing would occur if it was a reoccurring approval?
Yes, we would do a renewal of that every 2 years at the discretion of the landowner, putting in a new application, and the development officer's discretion.
So I just want to confirm for information for everyone here that should it be a discretionary use, that approval would be subject to appeal?
It would be, there would be a 21-day appeal period circulation to area landowners. So anybody that received the mail out for this hearing would also receive the development permit appeal process.
Very good. Thanks for that explanation.
Okay, I don't, Director Hemingway.
Officer Cutler, can you help me understand a bit more about the secondary suite above the garage? You're saying it's existing, but there's still an application outstanding?
We do not have an application in the door for the secondary suite. At this point, the homeowner has undertaken the pre-application inspection from our building and safety codes and just verbally advised me that the garage suite would be put in as a secondary suite application.
Any other questions from council or administration? I don't see any. So at this point in time, we'll go to you guys as the applicants. Any presentation, comments, input that you wish to provide to council is now your chance.
Hello, good afternoon, Council. Before starting, I would like to mention that we're not native Canadians. My husband is from Ukraine and I'm from Kazakhstan. So my English is not perfect, as well as we are new to this whole process of public hearing. So forgive us if we do something not as per the protocol. We live in Breck Creek, which is 15 minutes away from that property that we are discussing today, and but on the Rocky View side of Breck Creek. We are asking you to give us a permit to run this property as an unhosted tourist home. But it doesn't mean that we are completely away and not available. We are 10 to 15 minutes drive every day at that property. And basically we consider ourselves to be members of this community because I run personal cleaning business in Breck Creek and I have hundreds of clients there. So we value our reputation in that community and we do take care about this property and this proposal that we right now have. We're using this property as our family vacation home. And we intend to use it. We're not intending to create a hotel, as it can be understood by some of our opponents. We're planning to use it only part-time as a short-term rental, just to help us with the mortgage and cost of the house. So as Stacy mentioned, maybe I wouldn't be repeating that we want to have only 14 overnight guests. That's a big house, and 14 guests for this house. It still stays within the residential capacity of that property. We are not intending to host any parties, commercial gatherings or events there. We also live in the community and we're not looking for this kind of guests. We do not allow any outdoor music that would interfere with quiet enjoyment of members of the community. And we are having read a 65-page deck of oppositions and submissions from our dear neighbors. We are kindly asking you to give us a chance with the 12-month permit, just to prove that we are what we are and we can do and we can operate and still do not disturb the community as we intend to. And also we are open to any conditions that council may want us to follow. So why we think this property is different from other properties? I know that tourist homes are rarely approved in Foothills County, but first of all, before buying it, we consulted the bylaw and we saw that unhosted tourist homes are allowed in that community, and there are no restrictions on the title of that property. So that was one of the logic why we bought it. Secondly, as Stacy mentioned, it's a huge parcel. The house is not visible from the driveway, neither from the neighbor houses. and has a large parking that easily can accommodate even 10 vehicles, which wouldn't be required because 14 guests, that includes not only 14 adults, it includes also kids, and they can arrive on maximum 5 to 6 vehicles, and there's plenty of parking inside the property. So we do not expect any disturbance to the roads of the community. These are the, I used this Google Earth graph and measured the distance to the nearest neighboring houses. The closest is in about 500 feet, and there we have a couple of around 600, but the rest of the houses are over 1,000 feet away from this house, and the territory is heavily treed with a lot of trees. We listened, we had several occasions to talk to neighbors, and one of the, I want to mention that on February 5th, let me also address that we bought the property in the end of October and we were renovating it. So there was nothing happening there. And in January, I just created the listing on Verbo, hoping for summer bookings. And I didn't expect that this would be such a difficult process and that the idea wouldn't be welcomed. Honestly, maybe I was so naive. I thought that would be much easier and shorter process. So I wasn't expecting any bookings also in February, which is out of season. So I created the listing, and the complaint was not about us hosting guests, but about the listing that was active on Verbo. And after I was contacted by the enforcement officer, her mail was mentioning that we need to put this property into compliance. It wasn't mentioned that stop immediately, like advertising at this kind of situation. So, and meanwhile, I was working on gathering all the documents to submit for the permits, so which we did really in days after we had this discussion with the enforcement officer. And on February 5th, just before we submitted all the documents, we met with the board president, Andrew Morris. He's here as well. Opposing our application, but at that moment he outlined all the combined concerns from different neighbors, and we discussed in details what we were initially planning to do and how we can adjust our plan. And we did a lot. Even we were planning to do that even before getting any concerns. So we installed noise monitors on the property, and we keep monitoring it daily. There were 3 fireplaces on our property, and we removed 2 of them because we, without inspector even, we judged that they were not really safe because they were in the woods. And we remodeled our existing fire pits, so that's in line with all the requirements. Waste is stored inside the house, not a single bin outside. We don't host, and we are not planning to host any guests without IDs. We do only legal operations from Verbo and Airbnb, and they're screening guests. There are reviews from previous days. And yeah, crime concerns, to me, crime concerns is a red herring, honestly, because people who want to do a crime, they won't be booking an expensive Verbo for several nights. It's just a different profile of people. And also we installed cameras, and we are 24/7 watching the cameras, and one of the cameras is overseeing the fire pit. So this is the fire pit, how it looks today. There is a sandbox next to it. There is a water hose, and the camera is watching it. During fire bans, we make it inoperable. And we watch it, that we are honestly policing our guests because we really do not want to have any problems there. There were like a few mentions about the party that we had on May 29th and May 30th. I want to address it and also show how this noise monitoring system on the example of that event works. 60 decibel noise is considered as a normal conversation. Probably I'm talking right now at the level of 60 decibels. So for the noise curfew, we have this the red dotted line, which is 70 decibels. We set it whenever noise goes above that, we check what's going on at the property. So in the starting May 28th till there are like 4 days on this graph, you see that the noise rarely even reached. It was only one occasion on the 29th around 11:30 p.m. And that was at 86 decibels for 5 minutes. And that were a couple of our guests who went outside and just laughed. So this is the level of disturbance we're talking about. And I wanted to highlight to you that even 80 decibels, when they are heard from 500 feet, that translates to 20 decibels heard from the other property. And this is effectively a whisper. So this is the level of noise that is maximum possible. Very rarely, and we are staying, like we're not sleeping, we're watching what's happening, and we are going and treating this kind of occasions, although we didn't have many of them. But our neighbors mentioned 3 over the last month. I want to conclude my presentation just to tell you that we really care about this property. It's not that we are outsiders. I get hired as a cleaner by many big property management companies in Black Creek. Somehow they get permits, and while they don't even come out to Black Creek personally, they rely on their systems and us as local guys who do the job for them, while us we live in this community and we care about it, and we are not interested to host some weird parties, drug addicts or whatever. So that's why we're kindly asking you to give us a permit just for 12 months, for us to prove that we can do what we promise. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. And Mr. Pavlenko, did you have any more to add? Okay. I'll go to council and administration for any questions you have at this time. Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Just wondered if you might explain two questions I have. One is the water usage. We heard a couple of things about water usage, and if you would explain how it's working presently, do you have to go to the point of registering your well, or what is the way that water usage is occurring at this time?
We have a well that produces enough of water sufficient for 14 people staying on the property. Before we bought the property, there was a very detailed water test done by the previous owners, and we got the document as this inspection. However, we invested a lot we invested reverse osmosis systems so that it's purified even more, so it's healthy for people staying there. Our well produces 8 or 9 gallons per. That's a sufficient production. Yeah, for 14 people. If any further inspection required, I think we did with the water specialists. We were working like for 3 months to get the best we can with our well, and it's doing well right now. So I believe it's sufficient. It's already running very well, but if some other inspections required, we are open to that, of course.
Thank you. And maybe could ask our director, would you mind speaking to any threshold for them to have to license the well? So if it goes beyond a certain point, it's another requirement?
Mhm. Well, the province allows for personal well use for residential use at 1,230 cubic meters per year. So I think where we have had other types of activities, not dissimilar to what you're contemplating, we have asked for an analysis of how much water annually you may be considering using. And Alberta Environment would indicate whether a commercial water license is necessary. Typically, if you're under the 1,200, I think it's 1,230 cubic meters per year, Officer Kotler just noted the number in her presentation. Then typically there is no commercial, no requirement for any additional water licensing use beyond that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So just two more questions. One is the just how it's functioning. Just wondering how many bedrooms there are in the home.
I didn't get the question.
How many bedrooms are there in the home?
4 bedrooms.
4, okay, thank you. And then in terms of the way that the site functions, you mentioned that there's adequate parking. Can you explain how the parking works? Is it in front of the garage or is it spread out throughout that kind of turnaround area there for accommodating enough for the 14 people?
So the driveway goes straight and then it opens to a very large parking. It can easily fit 9 vehicles. And then there is also a driveway down to the barn and behind the barn, and all that area is also available for parking. And there is a separate empty lot like RV parking, we can call it. So plenty of parking right now on the property. No need to park on the street at all.
Very good. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from council administration at this time? I don't see any. So at this point in time, we will go to members of the gallery and public that wish to speak. I do have a list, and so we'll just start at the top and go down. First on my list is Ken McKay and Sherry Wrinkle McKay. Did you wish to speak? If you could just come up, to this one over here.
Good afternoon, Reuben Council. I'm a immediate landowner adjacent on the west side to the said property. And my wife is not able to be here today. So I guess my verbal is for both of us. Our concerns are that we've spent 25 years developing our property into, as my wife called it, a bit of a sanctuary where peace and quiet are the most important things. Our property is fairly secluded. I don't see any other houses from my residence. And I also wanted to speak about the community part of our subdivision. We have, I can't remember if it's 26 or 27 lots in our subdivision. Total amount of people living there right now is about 55. And I would say I know personally 53 of those 55. We help each other. We had an incident a little while back where a fellow's wife came home, the front door was open, concern of a burglary, and immediately there was 3 different neighbors, me included, at the residence checking it out. And we feel this application is just going to compromise that community spirit in that, we might have only 3 or 4 vehicles a day coming in, but we could have day use on top of the 14. And does the 14 mean 7 couples? So 7 vehicles plus day use area on top of that. Right now, fair amount of retired people, so there's not a lot of traffic. And I just feel that this is going to add a huge amount of traffic to the road. Concern also that the people coming, digress. If you're a resident, you understand about country living. You understand about the fire risk, the problem wildlife risk, winter road risk. I think people coming into a unhosted tourist home may not have that same knowledge. So yes, we understand that there's a fire pit there, that there's mitigation with sand and water, but that's making an assumption that the people are going to utilize that. I spent my career in resource law enforcement, and I can't tell you how many abandoned fires, filthy campsites that I dealt with in my career. And I just wanted to read a brief thing here. May 23rd, 2024, the Edmonton Journal interviewed Forestry and Parks Minister Todd Loewen, and he stated that currently that year, 77% of the wildfires in Alberta were human caused. Over that May long weekend, 25 abandoned campfires were found in the Calgary Forest area alone. That was the ones that were found. Between Friday and Monday, there had been 33 new fires detected. Majority were determined to be human caused. So I think all of the proposed mitigations for garbage management, for roads, for fires, everything is based on an assumption that people are going to abide by the rules and obey the rules. And in my career, I learned that that's not the case. People have get-togethers, beer cans get left out, chip bags get left by the pond, all of that becomes a wildlife attractant. Fires get not fully put out, the wind comes up, it fans the fires, blows into the grass. Next thing we know, we've got a fire. And all of the things that have been presented may be correct, but the chance of it not being correct for some of the people is going to be a realistic thing. I just know from experience that I'll cite something else here. Under the Provincial Parks Act and General Regulations, Section 39 says not more than 6 persons may occupy a campsite unless they are members of a single family unit. And why does that regulation exist? Because we know that groups of people are not compliant with general rules and regulations. I don't go out at 6 in the morning and start my chainsaw and get bucking wood. It's a common courtesy. I think people coming into an area who are not residents may not have the same values of how sound carries, how fires can start, how easy it is for a minute amount of garbage to be left out can become a bear attractant, on and on. So two things I'd like to cite is one fellow named Lloyd Beckendorf lived just outside of the Foothills boundaries. And I think about 7 or 8 years ago, his home burned to the ground because a fire truck couldn't negotiate his driveway. It's a long, fairly steep driveway. And the subject parcel, I personally know because I previously owned that property, and I helped out the owners before that with looking after. They were into their 80s, and that driveway can be just absolutely horrendous. It's steep with virtually no run out except onto Aspen Creek Drive. I personally have slid down that backwards and it's not a fun experience. And I live out there. So I don't think that a fire truck is going to be able to negotiate that with any amount of certainty, as well as all of the people where we don't know their experience driving on winter roads. Last year, a young fellow visiting our subdivision came around the corner about 300 meters away from this resident application, slid off the road, went over the embankment. If it hadn't been for a couple of big spruce trees, he would have rolled his vehicle. And he's a young fellow who's familiar with roads, with winter driving, and he still hit the ditch and luckily wasn't hurt. But my concern is we're going to add a whole pile of vehicles into our subdivision with people who have no knowledge of just how dangerous our roads in that driveway can be. I guess in summary, I just feel that any sort of a unhosted or even hosted tourist home is not compatible with our country residential. Many people in our community have bought based on it being country residential. I just don't feel that any sort of a tourist home is compatible with our neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I don't see any questions for you, so thank you. Next on my list, Martin Chernos, or Chernos? Chernos?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve, Deputy Reeve, councillors. Thank you for hearing us and receiving our submissions. My name is indeed Martin Chernos. Some of you know me as Mendy. Nice to see you again. I want to take a step back after confirming for the record that I am a registered co-owner of 2 parcels of land in the Aspen Creek enclave. One of them is number 207 Aspen Creek, to share the Aspen Creek Road, the home that Judy, my wife, and I share, and Judy will be speaking later. We have tendered written submissions. They're in your collection, and I'm going to ask, is it fair to assume that you've read those submissions in the interest of time?
Yes, we have.
Okay, so you know where we're coming from, and I'd like to take a step back, please, and put this application in its proper context, because we haven't talked about really compatibility. We haven't talked about what the Foothills land use bylaws, which I'll call the FLUB, say, and we haven't talked about how those bylaws apply to this application. And the simple fact is, the bottom line, granting this application would signal the death knell for the Aspen Creek community. And I submit that in all seriousness. It would be the beginning of the end of our tight-knit, exclusively pursuant to the zoning, single-family residential community. And it's a community that's been a home, in our case, to my wife, Judy, and I, our 3 children, and now our 4 grandchildren for 30 years, and the home and community in which Judy and I hope to retire for many more years. I'm not alone, though, in among Aspen Creek residents in feeling this way and the concern about this application. And I think it's important for council to understand that you've received some 17 formal written submissions opposing this application. They've been signed off on by a total of 23 residents. That's why so many members of the community are also here today, in person and virtually, to speak against this application. And that's why Aspen Creek resident Andrew Morris, who's behind me, has submitted written submissions and is speaking here today later in opposition to this application, not only on behalf of himself and his wife Allison personally, but on behalf of the entire community in his capacity as president of the West Foothills Community Association, which I'll call the WFCA. He's here, and the WFCA has its mandate to look after the entire community. And the board has fiduciary duties to look after the entire community. And what have they decided? That board studied this application. And as Mr. Morris will explain, and as you know from his submissions, they have resolved unanimously that it is not in the best interests of the community or the neighborhood for this application to be granted. And I submit respectfully to council that that's precisely the same conclusion that council should reach here today on that application. Virtually our entire community, including all of the residents within proximity or adjacency to the applicant's property, and they touched on the adjacency and their measurements, and I think you'll hear some other evidence, and you've already seen it in written submissions that contradict that. They oppose the application. And of the 19 letters that you've received from the community, only 2 were in support. And you need to know that in the case of those 2, they were written by Mr. and Mrs. Blahoun, who live as co-owners of the same property in a single residence. You need to know they are not located proximately to the property in question. And you need to know that they wrote separate letters, as is their right. But if all the married couples and all the adult residents who submitted letters of opposition jointly, each submitted their own, instead of joint letters, by my count, you'd have in excess of 30 letters of opposition. That's 30-2. And the Blahoun letters, it's interesting because I'll use that as a springboard to the next point, only give one simple reason for support. And it's the kind of faint hope argument that the applicants have tendered here to you today. Their personal experience, the Blahouns say, staying in other VRBOs in other places suggests that VRBO hosts are generally responsible, so they assume that the applicants can manage things. But here, the complaints are not hypothetical. Mr. Mackay before me might have spoken about what might happen or what might not happen, but the fact is we have evidence. This is not a question of what might likely happen, because we know this is likely going to be a big problem. We know that the applicants have already failed to maintain peace, quiet enjoyment, and the compatibility and ability to use the neighborhood for what it's supposed to be. And those are the tests under the flub. And why do I say that they failed already? Well, you have an evidence before you in the submissions that the applicants first started advertising their rental at this location in December 2025. They were renting it out within weeks after that. They did this despite their claim, and they speak out of both sides, I guess. They are experienced VRBO and tourist home operators, but they did it without not only applying for, but certainly without obtaining approval. They had no site-specific amendment. They were in flagrant breach of the flub. No question of that. They say that, oh, gee, we're immigrants, and I respect that. And, oh, gee, we come from other countries, and I respect that. But at the same time, they're telling us, hey, we've got a portfolio of properties. They stood up at our AGM of the WFCA and told the group, this ain't the first VRBO property we're going to operate, and it's not the last one. We've got a business. They bought this property for purely commercial purposes. That's not synonymous in any way, in my respectful submission, with a residential single-family community. And how is that compatible? By the way, despite these warnings, and there were multiple, and I asked Ms. Kotler, and I've also asked Sherry Merchant to have the compliance file before you today, and Ms. Kotler told me she'd have a summary of all the complaints. I didn't see that, so I'll only touch on some of the evidence you have before me, but I have an open concern about that. Despite all the warnings, did they cease advertising? Did they cease listing on VRBO? And did they cease renting? No, they did none of that. They kept on driving full ahead as if the law did not apply to them. And then they fielded the complaints as they came in. They continued to advertise and list on VRBO for 19 overnight guests, by the way. And the last time the board or I checked, it still was posted. And it doesn't say unavailable pending application. It was my submission in writing. At the very least, that's what it should have said. Instead, it says dates are blocked out, for some period of time, like they are in their other advertisements, suggesting in fact the properties are hot, fully booked up for the summer. And did they stop renting? No, they kept renting, and the complaints kept coming in. And on some of the occasions, for some of the nights that the complaints came in about excessive and late night noise, smoke, fire during extreme dry periods, multiple cars, barking dogs, dangerous driving on the roads, they said on a couple of those occasions they were on site hosting. But the evidence, and you've seen it with Crystal Young's submissions, suggests that in fact they texted and said our remote noise monitors have picked it up, we'll keep monitoring it. They're either there or they're not. And in fact, they told me personally on another occasion, oh, that wasn't really guests, those were friends of ours. Can't we let friends use our place? And they told me on another occasion, we're stretched financially, we got to rent it. I don't think
our
that
time is getting a little
debate
bit
was- excuse me.
stretched out. If we can just,
Pardon me?
our time is getting a little bit stretched out. If we can start wrapping it up.
Yeah, I'm coming to the end, but I'd like my time, please. And even if they were on site, with respect to our community, what do these transgressions of the noise and the fire bylaws and of the FLUB display? The county's own compliance, I want you to know this, the county's own compliance person told us, hey, start calling the RCMP. That's impossible. But I want you to understand that that's the fate to which you're condemning our community if you grant this application. So the FLUB, wrapping it up, Mr. Reeve, that the two things are absolutely clear. And the first is the test that the applicants must meet to get an exception. And that's important. This is an exception they're asking for to get a site-specific amendment to the existing country residential zoning is that there are compelling reasons to grant an exception where compatibility with the community is obvious and where there will be no interference with neighbors' quiet enjoyment and expected use. And secondly, FLUB makes clear that the onus is not on our community and on neighbors to raise concerns and try to work through this. The onus is on the applicants with respect to prove that they can, and they failed to do it. What did they say to you in their submissions? They said, give us a chance. Hey, you can review this again in a year. That's not your duty here today. Your duty is to assess this application and understand whether it's compatible with our community or it's not. And whether it's a rental for 14 or 19 overnight guests with other guests, dogs, cars, fires, barbecues, noise, and smoking, it's a completely commercial operation. There's no fire protection or suppression systems close. There's no police in the area. And we have off-site owners who say, don't worry, you can call us night or day, and if we're around, we might do something about it. With respect, even if they try hard, that's not sufficient, and that doesn't meet the test. It doesn't come close. If you grant applications like this in communities like ours, you're turning the area indeed into a tourist area, which is what they said in the AGM when they stood up, is this should be a tourist area. It's not. And we would respectfully ask that you respect the community for what it is and maintain it. It's not good enough to say, give us a chance. That doesn't cut it under law. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I don't see any questions. Next on my list, I have Judy Chernoff. Oh, sorry, Mr. Chernoff, there was a question that came in for you. We'll go to Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's the chair of the concerned resident. Is there an Aspen Creek, when you speak to the community, what are you defining that community as? Is that Aspen Creek Drive community, or is that the larger WFCA?
It would kind of be both, because I think the WFCA has a catchment area, Mr. Morris can explain, that exceeds the Aspen Creek Drive and the offshoots off Aspen Creek. In terms of the people that are immediately affected, obviously you recognize the half-mile radius, and it's those people that are most immediately affected by this application that are showing up today primarily. So when I talk about Aspen Creek, in my words, I'm talking about the people who live in and around Aspen Creek Road.
Okay, and so specifically, there's not an Aspen Creek group?
No, there isn't. There's the West Foothills Community Association. It has a larger catchment area. And there would be others, and directors are not exclusively from Aspen Creek at various points in time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next on my list, I have Judy Chernos. Did you wish to speak?
In our family. I think you'll hear some themes from all of the neighbors. Thank you for the opportunity to present today my position to council. I oppose the site-specific amendment application for an unhosted tourist home to operate on the subject property. I think it's been alluded to that the nature of this area and why most of the residents have chosen to live in Aspen Creek is that it's not like the semi-suburban acreages that we see around Calgary. Each parcel consists of a minimum of 4 acres, which are left largely in a forested area or natural state. And the community abuts Kananaskis country as well, which further enhances this sort of wilderness feeling. This is not a tourist or recreational area, but really a small residential community within this natural boreal forest ecosystem. And we purchased our property in 1996 because of this quiet, secluded wilderness and this over the years, it became available another 6-acre parcel next to us, which we also bought and keep in a natural state. So in approving this particular application, it would increase risks to the community. And first and foremost, which has already been mentioned, is the risk of fire. We're a community that's more than 10 kilometers from a fire station. We have no fire hydrants or fire suppression systems within the community. And as I mentioned, it's largely covered by natural forest, meaning there's lots of fuel should a fire occur. This property was advertised on VRBO as having several open fire pits. And I might mention that not only is this primary house advertised, so also is the secondary suite, which is not under application today, but those have an additional 5 for a total of 19 potential visitors. Even without any fire pits, I think there's still a great risk that guests might be careless, smoking or grilling, or even unbeknownst to rules that are in place, they might set off fireworks on the property because they aren't familiar with the fire safety of this kind of environment. Guests are temporary visitors who may or may not read and follow the house rules. Getting fire insurance for those of us that live in Aspen Creek has become extremely costly over the last few years. And I know of at least one property in the greater area that wasn't able to get fire insurance at all because they had a log house. So really this is a reality that we live with on a daily basis, and it is a real risk. Secondly, Aspen Creek is an area that's frequented by wild animals because of the nature. We have bears, cougars, wild horses regularly traipsing through our properties. Renters may not appreciate the risk of improper or careless food and garbage storage and disposal. As Ken Mackay mentioned, just leaving some food out on the picnic table overnight is a huge attractant for animals, and they will become problem animals that affect all of the neighbors in the area, and not to mention the harm to the animals themselves who would need to be removed in one way or another. Thirdly, let's be honest, the owners of this type of short-term rental property are targeting large groups and primarily for celebratory events. I think it says, this is ideal for family gatherings, reunions, that sort of thing. Parties by nature are loud. And I think when you're a good neighbor and you know each other, you're willing to minimize the impact and you tolerate each other's infrequent parties or celebrations. For a short-term rental, neighbors can expect that there will be a party every week. This is the nature of this rental. It also, as described, the siting of the property is it's on a high point and sound travels throughout Aspen Creek. I can actually hear my neighbor's chickens and the roosters crowing, and they're almost a kilometer away. So it, sound travels, so it becomes disruptive. And particularly with this scale of tourist home, it's more like a small hotel or lodge, except that it doesn't have the attendant staff there on a full-time basis, making sure that guests are complying with the rules. There's also significantly increased traffic and unknown vehicles in the area. I mean, we're one of the rural country crime watch areas, and when you see someone passing you on the road, you wave and you know who that person is. With all of these additional cars that we don't recognize, it raises safety concerns. We don't know who's going and coming in Aspen Creek, and I think it's a particular threat to those living alone. So in closing, I just want to say that the quality of life for those living in Aspen Creek and our property values will be negatively affected by this unhosted tourist home if it's approved to operate. Since the owners are currently operating without legal site designation and permits, I'm a little concerned that if it will continue to operate irrespective of what council's decision is today. And I hope that that's something that won't have the onus back on the community to deal with. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? I don't see any. Next on my list, Mark Young. Did you wish to speak?
Hello, Council. Thanks for hearing my thoughts and concerns here today. I'm actually a direct neighbor. I have met the applicants before, and they have been friendly, and I don't have anything personal against them. It's just, yeah, we have different goals for our community, what we see in such a neighborly community that we have. I moved from Calgary as a nature lover, and when I fell in love with the area, it's very quiet, lots of nature and animals, and the neighborhood itself. I've been a resident for 12 years, and been very lucky on how good our neighbors are, and also just how quiet it is and peaceful. So having a commercial operation like this, I think, would be a huge disturbance to that. So I'll just go over a few of the reasons that I listed in my letter. Some of the reasons why I am opposed to this application. One of them is the noise. I'm actually glad that they did host some people there, just so that I got to experience what that was like and how much it disrupted my life personally. I'm not used to having strangers next door making noise, and also we have like the pond area is on our property, like we're on the other side of the pond, and so we share that area. And I have a trail that goes through the property, and we would walk that every day. And then I just found with over there, I wasn't comfortable to do that anymore. So I just stopped walking my trail and walking my dog around the trail, and then started walking more on the street and stuff. But yeah, it just really disrupted my enjoyment of why I moved here in the first place. And there were, yeah, several occasions where there were guests there and they were quite loud. And even on Easter weekend, it was just during the day, but I was walking the dog all the way to the stop sign, which is, half a kilometer away. And they are perched up high, the residents, and it just echoes through the entire drive, and you could hear the people having fun outside there. And there was an occasion when a family member got woken up in the morning, actually, from noise there. And then another time when there was some bass playing that was, we could hear the bass, and it's just, and this is after 11:30. There were couple occasions after 11:30, and this is just not something I'm accustomed to in this neighborhood. Let's see. Yeah, I outlined a lot of this in my letter. Let's see. Yeah, on the 29th, I think they referred to that one time when the noise was picked up on their sensors, and that it would be a whisper for us, but that's not what it sounds like to us. It was quite loud, and even one of our other neighbors drove and investigated. It's like, obviously, there were a bunch of people that heard that, and it's just makes me wonder what it'd be like in the summer when we have our windows open and we want to keep our houses cool. How much of a disturbance that would be. Another thing is just the traffic, which has been touched on by others here. People aren't used to who's on the roads, who's walking their dogs, what the habits are of the neighborhood. And that driveway is also dangerous, and it'd be worrying how in the winter and also during big thunderstorms and things like that, it would be a dangerous place to drive for someone that's not used to, maybe not having all-wheel drive. And like pretty much all of us have all-wheel drive and SUVs and have the clearance. The road isn't always cleared. It's kind of remote that way. I do have concerns around it being unhosted and how soon they would be able to show up if there were things to deal with. And then as well, just it shouldn't be the neighbors' responsibilities to police it. I think one thing with just the size and the nature of having so many people and paying so much to rent it, you want to take advantage of it. And so that would lead to more celebrations and yeah, just because it's expensive doesn't mean people aren't going to be wanting to party. Also, just strangers versus neighbors. I want to touch more on that. We've already heard about the bears and the cougars around, and garbage control, littering, all these things, and how they can not only be a disturbance for the neighbors, but also for the guests staying there. They could put themselves in danger without really knowing how to deal with it. And the fires we've mentioned, people in our neighborhood know about how dry it is at times when it is wetter, and when we have to be more concerned about it, when we have to be more concerned about bears and all these hazards. I know they've gone from 3 to 1 fire pit, but it's still yeah, still a hazard. And then I mentioned the water use. I'm not too sure. I'm in the same aquifer. I don't know. You guys have touched on what the maximums would be there, but I just don't know if there'd be any kind of impact on others in the neighborhood. I'd also be concerned about the precedent of granting this application and changing the complexion of the neighborhood into a tourist area from a quiet residential area. So anyway, thanks for hearing my side.
Thank you very much. Any questions from council? I don't see any, so thank you very much. Next, I have Crystal Young. Did you wish to speak?
Hi. Thank you. So I'm Crystal and I live with my husband, Mark Young, adjacent to Anna and Mikula. And I think I want to start off by saying that it is hard for me to speak up here today because some context, Anna owns a cleaning business as well, and she cleans her home. When they came over, we came over with a welcoming gift and wanted to get to know them. And Mikula showed us all the work he had done and was very excited. And I was genuinely very impressed. And I have a strong bias for hard work and vision. And I loved what I saw. And then I came home and I thought, oh, shoot, how does this impact us? And my first reaction was, okay, I'm going to aggressively look for another place to live because I love who they are. I love what they stand for. And I don't want to live by a VRBO. And I thought, well, we're the most impacted. No one else is really going to be impacted as much. And if this goes over, I want to be prepared. And in my search, I think what's happened is I've realized there's so many unique qualities in Aspen Creek that I didn't really realize until I did my search. The adjacency to the K country and the wildlife, everything that was mentioned. Experiencing what I did over the last few months, I didn't realize how much I loved being there and how much it's taking away from my experience. So I did mention in my letter about the incidences that did occur just recently this last weekend. Just as an update, we were outside. My daughter had her friend over and we were outside. I was probably out for about 5 hours, and half the time there was, whoa, there was like all this activity occurring from a big group next door. It was during the day and it was mostly jovial. And when it quieted down and I could hear the birds and the normal kind of tone of what we're used to experiencing, that contrast really struck me. And I think as I did my research, I started to understand, oh, there's a development plan for Foothills. There's a focus on keeping commercial operations in one place. There's different factors that actually support this not going through. There's precedents that have been set by looking at other cases like the Dunn case that I refer to in my letter. And a lot of the factors of those two cases, I think, are similar when you look at them. So I thought, oh, well, maybe, there is a reason for this not to go through. Also, in learning about the fact that in our neighborhood, there has not been a unhosted tourist home allowed yet. So this would be changing the precedent completely. What happens after this is it becomes, from a policy perspective, it becomes, it'll be harder to say no to the next one. And so that's already been mentioned as well, but it really does. I mean, I think there's a lot of power in council right now is determining, well, what is the balance of the Foothills neighborhoods and what do you want? This is a very, what I consider sacred sort of community that have really fostered a certain tone. And is that something that you want to change? What does the balance of Foothills look like? I'm really curious about what the vision is for that. And I'm hoping it's not to change because it's really, really quite special. There's, through this process as well, I've realized like I don't like to get into groupthink. I don't like to get into kind of ganging up or anything like that. I've really wanted to talk to them directly through this whole process. I do want to say one thing that Anna mentioned to me was, our reputation is important to us. I commend Anna and Mikola for everything that they've built. I've been very happy with all of our services and all of our dealings with them. And that's really important, I think, for everyone to know. And I want them to know that. And I just think that it's a pretty special thing to witness the neighbors coming together and actually, it opened my eyes to the other layer of what the neighborhood gives. And so I'm grateful for that. And I wish there was a way that we could both kind of win in this scenario, but I just think there's a misalignment here. I really want them to succeed and I want them to find their opportunities. I just think that there's a misalignment, unfortunately. But thank you for hearing my side.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Councillor McHugh has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, Crystal. Councillor McHugh has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through the chair to the concerned applicant. So it's very passionate. Thank you. Balance of what council wants. Well, it's not what council wants. It's what the residents of Foothills want. So I was scrolling through here quickly to find the total number asked for here. So my question is there as the closest neighbor, is there a number of occupants that would be acceptable?
In my opinion?
In your opinion?
Well, no.
I'm sorry for putting you on the spot, but you're very passionate and very close. So thought I'd ask.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the question. It's kind of hard. I have such a biased standpoint because I'm the next door. If I were living where, Lahoons were living, I wouldn't have experienced any of this. But because I've, not in theory, not in speculation, but actually have experienced this, one is too much for me. Also in understanding how precedents are set and how council has obligations to approve and to justify their approval or their non-approval. Once you do approve one side amendment, that changes, like my husband said, the complexion of the whole neighborhood. And so then the consecutive approvals are more likely. So then again, that reinforces one is too much because of what it brings and because of the impact on direct neighbor me. That's the bias, but I think that's my honest perspective.
Thank you for your candor.
Yeah.
Thank you. Next on my list, I have Danielle Buckley. Did you wish to speak?
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to voice my concerns. I'm a long-standing landowner and resident in Aspen Creek Estates, bought my little piece of land in 1988, moved out with my family in 1992, raised my children out there. They went to school in Foothills County. which meant I got to do a lot of volunteer work in the school. I also volunteered, which I'm getting to the point about how important community is to me. I also volunteered Millerville Fair, the Millerville Community Library. I was a 10-year volunteer firefighter at Pritis. And just so you know, back in the day when I started there, it was 1995, and we still operated out of the old grader shed. Do you remember that at the Pritis transfer site? And we had an outhouse. So that was definitely community commitment, you know, doing that kind of work. Anyway, I went on to get some medical training to be a better volunteer firefighter to help out in my community, and I actually worked for FRIMS back in the day as an EMT and a medic for a while. So having said all that, Aspen Creek is a very tight-knit, wonderful community. We know our neighbors, we're there for each other, we're there to lend a helping hand when needed, and at the same time, we're very respectful and considerate of each other and respect privacy, but darn it, if you're in a pinch, you know someone's going to step up to the plate and give you a hand. So I had grave concerns with the application in terms of it being an unhosted tourist home. And I appreciate the applicant saying that, oh, we erred, we did not realize this and that, about having to have measures in place before they could actually list and advertise. That raises concerns for me because as experienced property owners already in a rental business, I thought, well, why wouldn't you have, you know, dotted your I's and crossed your T's? So that is a bit concerning for me. And to me, that suggests that there's not really an example of best foot forward. So for me, it undermines a sense of trust and confidence in going forward with any kind of application. An unhosted VRBO is just not safe in our community. It would involve a very transient population, people, and it's already been brought up, who are not attuned to precautions that are necessary in that rural lifestyle. Yes, they talk about mitigating factors in terms of having sand and water available at the fire pit. They talk about having containers, proper storage containers for garbage disposal. But again, the transient population coming out to rent the space for a short period of time, these are people that aren't vested. They don't have a vested interest in the community. And the reason I brought up my community involvement is, to me, it's very important to be part of a community and to contribute to a community. So for people passing through for a couple of nights or for a weekend to have a big gathering and a get together, yeah, it can be really easy to maybe not make sure that fire is put out properly because, oh, it'll be fine in the morning. Or I'll grab that beer can tomorrow when I finish cleaning up the garbage, you know, this sort of thing. So there's a lot of risk involved. And we do live in a forested area. And we already know there was a fire some years ago in Kananaskis, 4 kilometers west of us. And we were put on voluntary evacuation. And had the winds changed, it would have been mandatory. And thank goodness they didn't. And the fire was brought into control. But it is something we live with every day. So my concerns are if we open up this floodgate, we're going to be really affecting a beautiful nature area that, as people have pointed out, we've moved there to be able to enjoy that peace and quiet. So basically, I guess it boils down to this, to me, is very much a big commercial venture, and it's not appropriate in a quiet residential neighborhood. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you for that. Any questions from council? I don't see any, so thank you very much. Next on my list, Andrew Morris.
Hello, hello there. I've met many of you in the past. This time I'm speaking to you in a different capacity. Actually, I guess in some ways a dual capacity. I am president of the West Foothills Community Association, representing to answer, or I guess to tack on to Mendy's comment there. Our specific geographical area is a 10-kilometer zone from the corner of Aspen Creek Drive and Highway 762, 10 kilometers around there, which of course encompasses Aspen Creek Drive. Most of the people here live on Aspen Creek Drive, and most of the concerns raised are from residents of Aspen Creek Drive. The board of directors has heard a lot from members of our community, and I would like to go through some of those things. Some of it will be a little bit repetitive, so I don't want to get into, too many details on that, because you've heard a lot of that stuff and we'll probably continue to hear it. But at the end of that, I would also like to add a few comments on a personal note from my wife, Allison, and I, and our experiences there. As I mentioned, the board of directors has received overwhelming feedback from the community. The vast majority of members of the community have spoken to us either in writing, via phone calls, bumping into neighbors on the street, anecdotal conversations, that sort of thing. But there has been, without the couple of exceptions that were mentioned, the Blahoons and of course the applicants here, which I also acknowledge you guys are very nice people and I've met you and interacted with you guys a few times. But with those two exceptions, we have not heard a single other voice in support of this application. It's been, other than that, unanimously in opposition, as is evidenced by the number of letters that you guys have received. We're only 26, 27, depending on how you count the houses there in the neighborhood, representing about 55 people. As you've heard, the ultimate plan for the applicants here is to host up to 19 people. That's bordering on a 50% increase of what our community or what that Aspen Creek Drive community actually is. That's huge. That's big. Adding 20 to 55 is a huge increase in terms of a percentage. Let me just collect my thoughts here. Yeah, a lot of the concerns that we have heard revolve around the large-scale nature of this and the disturbance to our way of life. A lot of people, including at our annual general meeting, which was just held at the end of last month, and Anna spoke very eloquently during that meeting. Afterwards, a lot of people came up to us and were speaking to us in opposition of this, and they voiced a lot of those same concerns. Not all of the people who I know spoke to me personally submitted letters or are here to speak. Perhaps some of them are online, I'm not sure, but I think there's also some other voices in addition to the ones that are formally presented to you guys that are also in opposition to this. The scale of the operation, I mean, we're talking upwards of 19 people, outside of a doctor's office, waiting room or a boardroom or an atmosphere such as this. 19 people is always a party in my experience. You go away for the weekend, you get 18 of your closest friends, family, neighbors, I don't know, bachelorette people, whatever it happens to be, whether it's a corporate retreat or something like that, you get 19 people together, particularly in an unhosted environment, and that's going to be a party. People have expressed concern around a hotel-like or commercial operation. The property was purchased not as a residence, but specifically for a commercial operation purpose. And folks are very concerned with that. The nature of the absentee owners. A few residents have mentioned to me that they feel that the onus is upon them to monitor, report, patrol, police, whatever word you want to use, the activities at the property. By it being unhosted, that onus inevitably falls upon the residents of the community to enforce those laws or make sure that they are enforced, and to try to contact whether it's the owners or whether it's authorities. Speaking of authorities, I mean, RCMP, peace officers, they're far away. We've got about half an hour to Diamond Valley, an hour to High River, depending on what services you need. I mean, they're not immediate. Even the owners are relatively far away, living in another living in another county. Concerns around safety, services, utilities, water usage, the fire hazard. People have gone through all of these things. And I know I've spoken to various members of the council here regarding water and water usage. And as many of you are aware, water is a concern in our area. And having an increased use on a common, aquifer is of concern. A lot of us have wells that are going dry. Water use is an issue, in addition to fire suppression just for basic living. And, adding a, 50% increase to the, people in our community is inevitably going to have a draw on water. The road traffic, that's been spoken to before. I won't dwell on that. But related to road traffic, one resident mentioned to me about OHV use. Even if guests at the property do not bring OHVs and use off-highway vehicles, there is concern that people would become aware that there is an access into the backside of McLean Creek. It's an illegal access. I mean, Suzanne, you and I have spoken on this a few times. the resident did express a concern that people would then be able to kind of scope out what it is and, start returning and introduce a whole other level of disruption to our community in addition to just this immediate concern here with the property itself. Speaking of properties, a few people have also voiced concerns around their property values. Trying to resell a property, knowing that it's beside a large commercial scale operation of a VRBO, would most likely have a negative impact on property values for residents looking to sell their houses in the future. Parking issues, it was interesting. Anna mentioned an RV parking spot on their lot. That was new to me. I hadn't heard that before, so I'm guessing maybe that's additional occupants there. I don't know how that factors in. Noise. I would like to point out that I did hear. In fact, it was Danielle did mention that she heard noise at her place, and during that one incident, or at least that one incident, she's 450 meters away. She's 1,500 feet away from the property. That's like half a kilometer. That's a significant distance away. Noise really travels from that property. Safety and security, disturbing residents' quiet enjoyment of the neighborhood. No guests would have no shared interest in the neighborhood. Those have all been voiced to us. And most specifically, this is not a tourist area. We do not live in a tourist area. We live in a quiet residential neighborhood. This is not a tourist. You want tourism, go to Bride Creek, go to Canmore. Don't come to Aspen Creek. It's not a touristy neighborhood. This fundamentally changes the neighborhood atmosphere and our environment. It's completely at odds with the reasons why people live there, was the overwhelming message that we got as the board. I'll just read this. Aspen Creek Community is a small, self-contained, homogeneous, quiet, rural residential community. And the board supports the community in its position that this application is fundamentally at odds with the nature of our community. In consideration of this and the above risks and concerns noted by the community members, the board hereby requests that council reject this application. Speaking personally, and this will be very brief, I'm not going to repeat a whole bunch of things, but I just wanted to let you know, my wife Allison and I moved into the community we're going on 6 years now. We love the place. It's beautiful. It's wonderful. We left Calgary. We lived down in Woodbine in what was once our quiet little corner of Calgary until the ring road went through and the Costco came in and the pile drivers started going and the road traffic increased and everything started happening around there. And we thought, geez, we've got to get out of here. I grew up out in a rural area. My wife grew up, she was an Army brat. She traveled around and she was like, she's done with noise and jets flying overhead. Her father was a major in the Air Force. And she's like, I spent my life in chaos. I want to get out of there. So we decided to start looking for another quiet place that we could live. And we selected Aspen Creek. We specifically sought out a place that was country residential. And for the reasons of it being nice and quiet, a way to escape all the noise, the chaos, the traffic, the concerns, all of those types of things. And looking for a community of like-minded individuals, a bunch of people who wanted to enjoy peaceful nature. We're bird watchers, we're geeks, we're nerds. We love being out there in the quiet, watching the animals, watching things come by, right? Like that peaceful enjoyment is key to why we chose to live there. And personally, I believe that an operation such as this would fundamentally change that. So on behalf of Allison and I oppose this and would respectfully ask you to deny this application. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Morris? I don't see any, so thank you very much for coming. Just looking at the time and looking at what we still have to go, I think would be a good time to take a short pause for 7 minutes. We'll see you back. Ivana Petrick. There, you were unmuted.
Yep.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Am I up?
Yeah, your turn. You bet.
Okay. I actually wasn't planning to speak today, but that's okay. So I'm Ivana. I'm a resident of Aspen Creek Drive. The parcel has been in my family since 1984. I don't have anything new to add other than echo other sentiments about the noise, the fire risk, and the extra traffic. Namely, the vehicle traffic being similar to a large rural residence. As far as I'm aware, I don't know any residences that have 9 vehicles parked. So just want to highlight that discrepancy. Mark's point about the snow clearing, I thought that was a really good point. We sometimes go 1 or 2 days without seeing a plow, and we're already digging out ourselves and contractors. And so just the point about the onus being on us to, help out neighbors and solve that problem if the hosts aren't around that day. The safety of guests and wildlife. I'm a big runner in the area, and a couple of years I ran head on into a grizzly who was standing in the middle of our drive. And so I don't go out without bear spray, and I know a lot of our neighbors have dogs and animals. So just highlighting, our guests aware of that if they're here just for a long weekend. Andrew's point about just the sheer size of the venue being 14 people, and how it's not meant to be an event venue. I think it's always going to be an event. And I think I can say, no offense to the folks in the room there, I am probably the youngest homeowner in the area. And having recently booked an Airbnb for 18 people for a bachelorette, it is common wording to see no parties, no events, but that certainly doesn't stop us from booking. As long as you're discreet and don't draw attention to yourself. And I will also comment that I was aware of a young group of analysts that I worked with at my old firm who were looking to book this venue for a summit in January that normally is held in Banff or Kananaskis. And they ended up choosing another property, but just to say, having been at those summits, they are certainly a party. The last point I'll make about the fire hazard, Judy alluded to just the difficulty of getting insurance and just insurance premiums skyrocketing through the roof in this area. I've spent a lot of time and effort going to fire smart workshops and mitigation prep and sprinkler systems, backup power, you name it, like thousands of dollars. And that's mostly to head off the risk coming from McLean Creek, which I back onto. And so just to have that sort of derailed by the risk coming from the other end of the cul-de-sac is not something that I have had to think of before. And just to summarize here, Crystal's point about, I do really respect the entrepreneurialism and ambition that has gone into this project. And, just speaking for my family, we're always wanting to see Ukrainians come to Canada and do well. So there's nothing personal here. I just think it was the size of this venue for the community that it's in is a really big gamble, and I respectfully oppose the application.
Thank you for that, Ivana. Don't see any questions for you. Thank you. Next on my list, Janet Bennett. I see you're online as well. You could go ahead and unmute yourself. Janet Bennett.
Do you want video or no? Hi.
Hi, we can hear you.
I come to you from my family vacation on the shores of Lake Winnipeg, and I mention this because I want you to know how important this my opposition and my support of my neighbors is to the opposition of this application is. I support the comments that my neighbors have made, and I just want to share with you some of the reasons that I don't support the site-specific amendment. There are negative impacts on the neighboring properties and the community of Aspen Creek with the increased noise, outdoor lighting disturbances, unsupervised fire pit use and knowledge of county fire bans, unfamiliar vehicles in the neighborhood, increased traffic and speeding on the road resulting in neighbors' loss of use, walking, dog walking, biking, and meandering, and general trespassing and general loss of privacy. This is a purely commercial venture with the nature of an unhosted tourist home. It's not compatible with existing planning and zoning to provide enjoyment and value of adjacent lots. It irrevocably alters the country residential designation, sets an alarming precedent, and erodes the concept of residing in the neighborhood when running a business. The current non-compliance of the applicants and continued operation and listing of the unhosted tourist home suggests a behavior that disregards county bylaws and doesn't bode well for the future. Rural bylaw enforcement is often difficult to enact, and the burden of monitoring a commercial scale operation shouldn't fall to the neighbors or the RCMP. The applicants have made little to no effort to connect with the neighborhood to introduce the proposed site-specific amendment. There are negative impacts to the environment, which have been touched on in great detail, but the magnitude of the proposed tourist home affects the wildlife we cherish and protect, with increased noise of guests, their vehicles and pets, and an overlit property. The sustainability of the proposed tourist home in light of the existing septic system and well designed for a family. And then there are the negative impacts on my quality of life and enjoyment of the property. I had a feeling of unease for my safety with the proposed introduction of the unknown to me temporary renters. As an example, around 11:30 p.m. May 29th, which others have alluded to, I was disturbed by shouting in the nearby woods and the smell of smoke. I'm not an adjacent property, but I do live in close proximity. As it was a significant ruckus, an unusual event that hour, I felt compelled to investigate, did go out in my car. I discovered the noise was coming from the proposed tourist home site, registered my concerns with the county, but that didn't happen until Monday morning. And in closing, I just want to say, I enjoy living in this tight-knit community of neighbors and families that I know, respect, and we support each other. An unhosted, remotely monitored tourist home would interfere with my right to quiet enjoyment of my residential neighborhood that I've had the privilege of living in for almost 4 decades. Thank you to Council for listening to my comments, and I hope that my comments will help you in making your decision. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Bennett? I don't see any. Thank you for coming.
Thanks.
Next on my list, Laura Rotzine or Rotzine. You're gonna have to tell me how to pronounce it.
Yeah, it's Rotzine. At
Rotzine.
least that's what my husband told. As said, my name is Laura Rotzine, and I also live in Aspen Creek, and I'm speaking today on behalf of my family who's here with me as well. We're fairly new members to the community. We moved there in 2024. And just to kind of echo the sentiments of all my neighbors, is that it truly is a unique area. We moved from the city, the hustle and bustle, and got tired of like the crowds and two-people-y crowds. And it is a community that when we moved in, you would drive down the street, everybody would wave to you, you would recognize your neighbors, you'd meet them, have conversations, and truly do look out for each other. It has a very welcoming spirit. And so just with that said, I just want you to know that like this community does mean a lot to us, even though we're new. We moved there because of the nature and the peace and quiet, just to get away and really get to enjoy the area. We do have concerns, though, with the proposed land change and long-term implications it does have for our community. Based on the information that was presented and available publicly, in addition to running several companies and having children, the applicants, I'm worried that their focus on this property and their time might be a little split, and they might not be able to address the concerns as they happen, kind of like in real time if there is something of an emergency. They do actually online. Actually, as I was sitting there, I pulled up their listing, and it says that their one listing has 14 guests and 6 bedrooms. And I know that you had mentioned that you thought there was only 2, but you own the property, and I was a little surprised that, you know, you have it advertised as 6. And then on the other house, you have 5 guests and 2 bedrooms. So I'm a little unsure about which home the first application's about. So, and this is public knowledge. It's as right on their own personal website. So I just have a little bit of concern about the discrepancies of like the use of the property. Since we moved there, we have noticed an increase of traffic, people speeding down the road, which does have a 40-kilometer speed limit. We are uniquely positioned. Our house is actually, you have to go past our house to go up to the Crown Land area. We have noticed an increase in traffic going up that way. And I am very worried that with the advertising this property and the benefits of being in this community, that, you know, that access is going to become more known. Word of mouth spreads, so does, you know, social media. And when this comes out, like this really is not a place to access that is meant to have a lot of people. We've noticed we do that hike quite a bit up through our property and into the Crown Land. And we've noticed an increase in garbage that my husband and I have picked up along the way when we've been there. A lot more gunfire sounds than we did when we first moved in. And I know we're fairly new. So that's a little bit different. And then the people not, you know, waving as they drove by and not recognizing people was a big concern. So being a tight knit community, it is really concerning about how the land is being used, advertised as, you know, I find that discrepancy of the amount of people. It does seem to be about 19 people. And as everybody had said, like previously, that it could potentially become a party place. I just worry that it's going to take away the quietness of our neighborhood. We did move there to be quiet. It is, you can hear the birds. If you ever get a chance to go out that way, you'll see exactly that road is quiet. The community is quiet. It's outside of any busy areas. That's why most of us have chosen to live there. Heavily forested. Worry about like people smoking and throwing cigarettes, because it's not like it's unusual for people to throw cigarettes out the window or discard litter, which has already been touched on. Outdoor cooking presents hazards. Sorry, I had a lot written down and I didn't want to read from what I wrote. So my concern is a precedent, like everybody else kind of alluded to, is that, you know, this property, to me, in my opinion, has been purchased as a commercial property. I feel like when somebody primarily lives in Bragg Creek, which is 10, 15 minutes away, to buy a property to say that you're going to live there 70% of the time just seems unrealistic when you have multiple business, small children. That's a lot of back and forth, and to say that's going to be your residence and be able to manage that. So I find it a little misleading personally that this property was purchased rather for commercial use rather than personal use. And I respectfully ask the council to consider the interests of all of my neighbors and myself and my family, and setting the precedents to open this door for other units to, or other VBROs or that, to kind of like take away that quiet enjoyment, the special close-knit family that we've come to enjoy in the neighborhood, and just preserve the tranquility of the neighborhood. And it truly is like a special, unique paradise to us. So thank you.
Thank you for that.
Sorry, if I can just add one thing. Also, where we live, with regards to the fires, there is only one way in and out, and they're further down from us. So if there happened to be a fire issue, which we were aware of when we moved in, but I don't want to increase any risks. That is another consideration, is like, we literally only have one exit if something were to happen. And I have friends that went through the Fort McMurray fires, and that is an issue, having one exit out. So if you can keep that kind of.
Okay. Any questions for Ms. Rothstein? I don't see any. Thank you very much. Next on my list, I have Darren Rothstein. Did you wish to add? You're good. Okay. And Ashley Rothstein? No. Okay. Must be there somewhere. I can't see. Next up online, we have Beatrice Nash. I see you there, Beatrice. If you want to unmute yourself and share.
Thank you for hearing my concerns today. My husband and I have lived on Aspen Creek Drive for 27 years. We moved here for the same reasons that you've already heard. The nature, the animals, the peace and the quiet, and living in a small community where you have an opportunity to get to know your neighbors. We feel that the proposed rental being unhosted is completely contradictory to why all of us live here. Being unhosted is a big concern because there's nobody here to address anything, any nuisance issues, any dangers. The applicants have said that they remain locally available to respond promptly in the event of abnormal noise. I don't really understand what that means. We have heard noise. We live 3 properties down from the applicant's parcel, and we've heard noise in the evening, and we don't know who we're supposed to call. Nobody ever told us, gave us a phone number or even a name to contact. So, you know, being locally available, actually, it doesn't mean anything to us if we have nobody that we can contact. They also say that because the house is on 17 acres, there's adequate buffering. I don't believe that, because the house, for starters, is near the front of the property, not in the middle, and it's up high. And, you know, being 3 properties over, if we can hear noise, I'm sure the neighbors that are closer can hear more than we do. Another concern that we have is the scale of the application. They say that the proposed use will accommodate a maximum of 14 overnight guests. Overnight guests. So if each of those overnight guests has another guest that comes to visit for a few hours, how many people are we potentially looking at being in that house until 11 at night, 12, midnight, 2 in the morning? Just because they're not spending the entire night doesn't mean that they aren't there. It is a residential community, and I personally don't consider 14 people living in one residence being normal. Another concern that we have is that the proposed rental is short-term. People who live here, they have a vested interest in this community. They want it to stay the way it is because that's why they moved here. They want to protect the community from fire, because if there is a fire, we're the ones who will lose. We'll lose our houses, and potentially even more than that. People who don't live here won't lose those things. And you can say whatever you want about community quiet hours being clearly stated, and you know, signage about fire bans, and that's making an assumption that people follow the rules and people do what they're being asked to do, which, as we all know, isn't always the case. So, you know, all of these things that they're putting in place to try to mitigate nuisances are assuming that people will follow the rules that they're asking them to follow. We also have concerns about strangers being in the community. As I said, we've lived here for 27 years. I know almost everybody by sight that lives here, but lately there's been cars speeding, cars with strangers up and down the road almost every day. And it is it's a very uncomfortable feeling to know that there are potentially 14 people spending the night in a house in the woods that isn't very far away from you. People that you don't know, people who you've never seen, people who you'll never see again. It makes me personally feel very uncomfortable, especially at night. There's the negative impact on our lifestyle, I think, has been talked about by many people already. They talk about parking, being accommodated on site, regular waste collection. And again, who is here to watch over this, and who is here to enforce that these things are being done when the property owners don't live here? So it's left up to us, the neighbors and the local residents, to make sure that county bylaws like fire bans are being considered and complied with. Another concern that we have is the proposed rental is inconsistent with our community. We are not a tourist destination. We don't have a lake. We don't have a ski hill. We don't have a golf course. The nearest stores are 12 kilometers away. We're a low density residential neighborhood, and that's why we live here. We didn't want to live in a tourist destination. We would have moved somewhere else if that was what we wanted. And the potential loss of property values has already been talked about as well. I think that if there was continual nuisance issues and loss of privacy, people, well, I think Mark and Crystal have already mentioned that they looked at moving elsewhere. If this actually starts to become a regular thing, people will sell their homes and move elsewhere, and our entire community could develop a negative reputation and nobody would want to live here. And that would be, our property values would just plummet. And then the last concern that we have is that this would set a precedent. If there is one tourist home in the area, there's nothing to stop others from applying applying for a tourist home. And what reason would there be for rejecting future applications if this one is approved? So we're very concerned about where this could potentially lead. Yeah. And I think that's all I have to say. Thank you for listening, and thank you for considering my concerns.
Thank you, Mrs. Nash. Any questions for Mrs. Nash? I don't see any. Thank you very much. Next on my list, Myro, and I'm sorry if I get this wrong, Pawojowski.
Good afternoon, Mr. Reeve and council members. The name is Miro Pawojowski. I wasn't going to apologize for my English or being an immigrant, but if it is today's currency, then you have my sincere apologies. I have lived at number 40 Aspen Creek Drive. Oh, and I'll also apologize for mostly reading these comments. It helps me stick to the point. I have lived at number 40 Aspen Creek Drive for 19 years, together with my wife. Our property is located directly across the site, across the street from the site of the proposed tourist home. My wife and myself both vigorously oppose this application. We are probably tied for the closest house to the proposed tourist home among our neighbors. I'm only going to list some key points here. I have submitted a comprehensive written submission, and it contains all kinds of details that anyone interested in can look up. I'll start with some context. What makes our neighborhood particularly vulnerable? Because I believe it is quite vulnerable. Firstly, it's the distance from enforcement services. There are no regular patrols of any kind. The nearest RCMP detachment is over 40 kilometers away, and Foothills County enforcement is about twice as far. Enforcement is always reactive, meaning that the violation and disturbance have already taken place and had their negative impact before anyone shows up to do anything. And I'm not trying to criticize the RCMP. I think they do a great job with what they have and under the circumstances. But it's not a magic button that someone can push and have noise disturbance go away. It is usually a call to dispatch, then followed by a return call from the RCMP. I've done this many times, and then usually another 1 or 2 phone calls to follow up, usually initiated by RCMP. So to even do this is basically to, if this happens in the evening and you had some other plans, is to abandon your other plans for a little while, because you're going to be on the phone for the next hour or 2. And then, of course, following up with the county whenever the next business day and big business hours are permit is another time commitment. So this is not it is a serious burden on the residents having to make these complaints in order to ensure any sort of enforcement. The second problem or second vulnerability in our neighborhood is its proximity to Kananaskis country. And that is both a blessing and a curse. We enjoy what K Country offers, but the curse is the tendency for some people, particularly visitors unfamiliar with the neighborhood, to believe that there is no difference between Aspen Creek and Kananaskis country, and that it's the sort of old Wild West where there are no regulations and laws because there's nobody there. It's just big open space. So this is something that comes up often when there is trouble. I'll return to this point. So let's look at the types of problems that the neighborhood has had to deal with in the past. Excessive noise and violations of quiet hours, unlawful use of highway vehicles, fireworks without permit, unsafe use of firearms, trespassing, poaching. And none of this is any kind of exaggeration. I have made complaints myself about all of the above, and I have been called twice to be witness in cases which resulted in guilty pleas. Regarding noise, there already have been several complaints, as you have heard, connected to the current owners. And let me address some of the points made by the applicants about that. The question is not whether the level of noise is such that it can lead to permanent injury or something like that. I did not measure decibel levels of those disturbances, but imagine something that sounds like a group of people watching a hockey game over a couple of drinks and occasionally shouting because there's some sort of action going on, and there is all this excitement. And imagine that at a distance of about 100 meters away from you. When you are trying to have a quiet dinner, perhaps on your patio, because that's why you live there after all, and the weather is good, or even inside the house with windows open. That is the sort of disturbance that would be comparable to what was heard at our place on that Friday evening of May 29th, I believe. And it was repeated, for instance, this weekend, which was already mentioned by some people, I believe. Although it was not during quiet hours, unlike on that previous occasion, it was nonetheless very loud. It was, my guess was, in fact, that a group of people were probably watching some kind of soccer game, potentially one of the games that came on during the World Cup. And they were just having fun and celebrating, and that's fine, in the sense that obviously they were not, if that's what they were doing, they were not breaching any noise bylaws. However, as far as I know, the noise bylaws specify that unreasonable noise at any time is not allowed. And I would say there's a difference between residents enjoying themselves watching a soccer game or whatever it was, versus a commercial operation, which basically guarantees that this sort of event will be more or less the norm every weekend, because every time there is a large group, well, people are not going to pay good money to be told that they have to be monks in a monastery. They will want to be social. They will want to do what people do when they gather, and they'll have drinks, they'll have conversations, they will laugh, they'll make jokes, they will play some music, and so on and so on. It is, as I say, harmless behavior, that's true. But when that becomes the norm imposed on the residents by a commercial operation which has no business operating in that neighborhood, that is a different story. Even during day hours, mainly because it is simply not the regular pattern of behavior for that neighborhood. Of course, after quiet hours, it becomes definitely a violation of county bylaws, and I don't think we need to install decibel meters in our homes to argue over the exact level of this. If it sounds like people watching a hockey game at a pub, a group of 6 or 8 or 14 people, then at a distance of 100 or 200 meters in the evening, that is definitely a noise disturbance. Let me describe the threat posed by the proposed facility as I see it. So again, historically, violations have been caused only by a few what I'd call troubled properties and their occasional guests. There were some in the past. We've had some property owners who were perhaps less considerate with respect to their neighbors, and occasionally they will hold these gatherings, social gatherings, which would lead to complaints. In fact, in both cases where both cases I mentioned where I was called to be a witness, they both involved people who were not, in fact, residents. They were invited guests, and at a sort of event that probably sort of got out of hand. So this would probably become a recurring pattern, because there would be, under this proposal, there would be a constant flow of strangers seeking adventure or whatever, people with no connection to the area or any of the residents. They would have even fewer inhibitions than invited guests. of landowners or property owners, I'm sorry. And in my opinion, it's quite obvious that it would be certain to increase the frequency of violations and resulting complaints. The intended clientele described in the application as multi-generational grandparents and something traveling to the Rockies. That is fantasy fiction. It's tailored to this application. I'm not sure if that kind of unicorn has ever been cited, but if it has, I would say that would be certainly not the norm. In reality, the likely clientele would be celebration groups, multi-couple social gatherings, or recreationally oriented groups, perhaps trying to access the Kananaskis country. Most likely from a nearby urban center, looking to escape the city, let their hair down, and maybe blow off some steam. And that's somewhat understandable. I think that's fine. It's just not, there's time and place for it, and the place is not Aspen Creek Drive. It's not our neighborhood. And the time, I would say, is never for that. So let me list some predictable impacts.
Sorry, Mr. Miro, we're unable to hear you because you're so far back.
Oh, I'm
If
sorry.
you can get a little closer to the mic. And I'm hoping you'll be wrapping it up pretty quick because you're well over your 5 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm coming to the end. I'm sorry. So let me list some of these predictable impacts. It will be obviously severe and permanent loss of residents' right to quiet enjoyment of their properties due to recurrent noisy behavior of the visiting groups. It will be an enormous and unfair burden would be placed on the residents of having to monitor the activities at the rental facility. This has been mentioned by a number of people already. Document violations, contact authorities, and follow up on enforcement. Increased fire hazard, that has been mentioned as well, posed by bonfires and fireworks resulting from ignorance or willful disregard of fire regulations. Posting regulations is unfortunately not a remedy. That'll be a lovely world if we could just post a sign and that would solve the problem. Unfortunately, there is always going to be a certain portion of the population who will disregard the posted signs, and that is why we need enforcement in the first place. There will be an increased risk of other violations of types previously listed. And I also mentioned that we might as well say goodbye to Rural Crime Watch, because with the flow of so many strangers and vehicles, there would be no point in the residents trying to keep track of who's coming and going. And that would remove one of our tools in protecting our safety and security. So with respect to the application itself, there are too many implausible claims for the time I have, but I'll address just 2 points. The rest is addressed in my written submission. The so-called compatibility statement, the proposed tourist home will not adversely impact neighboring properties. It's a completely unsupported claim, and anyone who is actually a neighbor has already indicated they're very real, predictable, and severe impacts. The claims of sufficient buffering, same story. The property provides adequate buffering to support proposed use. And again, as we know, in reality, there have been several complaints about a noisy party, and that party went on at least 2 hours into the quiet hours as per county bylaw. And county enforcement determined it was caused by one of the applicants entertaining a small group of friends. So now we know from direct experience that there is no sufficient buffering, because everybody heard it and everybody was disturbed by it within, well, probably, I don't know how many complaints were made, but there were several. And then the other thing that we learned from this is the awareness of community hours does nothing really to prevent those quiet hours from being violated, because as the applicants claim in their submission, community quiet hours are clearly stated in house rules. So obviously they were aware of them, but it did not prevent the disturbance from taking place. So if that doesn't hold for the owners, obviously it's not going to. It's not likely to hold for the visitors either. And so in conclusion, I would say it would be profoundly unfair to ask the local residents to pay such high price to allow a commercial operation to make a few dollars where it has no business operating. The application is full of unsupported claims, wishful thinking, and fantasy intended to conceal the predictable impact of the proposed facility on the neighborhood. And this proposal is uniquely unsuitable for a country residential neighborhood such as Aspen Creek. And I urge the council to deny the application. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Pawlikowski? Don't see any. Thank you very much. Next, Sandy Bruce. Did you wish to speak?
Mr. Reeve and fellow councillors, I do wish to speak, but I promise to be brief. I've lived in Aspen Creek Drive for over 27 years, and I moved to Aspen Creek Drive for the same reason as mentioned by many of our neighbors. Our lot, which is number 4B, shares about 125 meters of common property line with lot 5. So we are directly affected by activities there. I wanted to just comment on two aspects that I feel I should underline. One is about the noise and the claim of noise being reduced. I think I heard 50 decibels over a distance of 489 feet. Well, I live about 775 feet from number 37, and I can certainly hear noise. Maybe it's because that 489 feet had to do with some ideal conditions or something like that, but we're both high up and there's a valley in between us, so the noise carries very well. I also wanted to point out that it's claimed in the application that the traffic will be similar to that of a large rural residence. There is one large rural residence on our street. It's occupied by a single couple, and so I'm not sure exactly how many vehicles they have, but maybe a couple. So there's no other traffic of this size or nature in our area. So I thank you for your attention and your patience.
Thank you for that. Any questions for Mr. Bruce? I don't see any, so thank you. Teresa McGrath, did you wish to speak?
Thank you, Reeve and Deputy Reeve and councillors, especially for your patience and this careful hearing of our concerns. My name is Teresa McGrath, and I live with my husband, Sandy Bruce, for more than 15 years at our home with property lines immediately adjacent to 37, as Sandy has already confirmed, and it was per our written submission. We oppose this application for a site-specific amendment to rezone this property from country residential to unhosted tourist home, and I might add, even a hosted tourist home. As I'm certain that you have read in the written submissions from our neighbors, approval of this application by council would create upheaval and detriment to our quiet, safe, close-knit, single-family country residential community. We are grateful to live in a dark sky, wildlife inhabited community where many residents have lived with quiet enjoyment and appreciation for many years. Our neighborhood is located on the northwestern boundaries of the vast municipality of Foothills, abutting Kananaskis with few enforcement, safety, and fire prevention services located nearby. I do not wish to be redundant with the many objections already made by our neighbors. I urge you to deny this application for the many reasons already stated. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. McGrath. I don't see any questions for you. Next, we have a few online. Let's go to Shannon Pyra. I see you there. You can unmute yourself and proceed.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am not a resident of Aspen Creek, but I do live across Highway 762 from Aspen Creek. And I also just want to echo the concerns of the other residents that have presented today in terms of the fire risk, the increased traffic, and as well as the precedent that would be set by amending this bylaw. So that's pretty much all I just wanted to share today.
Okay, thank you very much, Shannon. I don't see any questions for you. Next up, Dennis Kaltenbrunner, you're online, I see. You can unmute yourself. Dennis Kaltenbrunner.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Hello, we can hear you good.
Good. Well, I am fundamentally opposed to the proposal presented in front of us for basically the reasons everybody else has shared, and I don't really have anything to add. I think everything's been said several times, so I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for sharing today. Next online, I have Roger Bugrash or Bugrash, not sure exactly. You can unmute your, see you're unmuted, go ahead.
Good afternoon, council members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I know we're well over time, and I'm going to do my best to respect everyone's time here and stay close to the allotted limit stated at the start. So my name is Roger Bugrash. I'm here as a family friend of Anna Lubanova and Mikola Pavlenko. I grew up in the countryside myself, and I visit this area frequently. Our kids go to school together in Bragg, and I've been at this property at 37 Aspen Creek Drive. I've walked the land, enjoyed the quiet beauty of the 17-acre parcel, and seen firsthand how thoughtfully Anna and Mikola maintain it. And I know how important these decisions are for balancing individual rights with community character. Today, I am asking you to approve the site-specific amendment for a 12-month temporary permit for their unhosted tourist home. This is the fair, compliant, and responsible thing to do. First, let's talk about the property and the proposal. This is a spacious 17-acre country residential parcel with excellent natural buffering. And as the application clearly states, the use is strictly limited to the principal dwelling, no parties, no amplified music, a current maximum 14 overnight guests. I would like to remind the council that this can very quickly be reduced to address the point brought up multiple times in this hearing and put it to rest by just as a by the by. And short-term stays only. Guests will be families visiting the area. Again, this is easily screened with precision. Exactly the kind of low-impact tourism Foothills County already welcomes. Anna and Mikola have detailed, robust operational measures, guest screening, noise monitoring, clear, quiet hours, fire safety upgrades. If those are not to neighbors' satisfaction, they can be adjusted so that they are. This being a primary opposition point, the fire safety upgrades, that is, with a lot of the opposition's time spent on it today, homes in the area, including a lot of the homeowners here, none of them have their own fire pits. Are those fire pits causing fires and suddenly a major concern as well? And again, respectfully, to clarify, they've already removed 2 fire features and gone well above and beyond in making the third safe, including an inspection to verify this being the case. If needed, they can remove it altogether so there's no fireplaces, or put it in an even safer setup, making the point moot. Furthermore, there is bear-resistant waste management and discrete on-site parking that keeps vehicles off public roads, out of sight, out of mind. They remain locally available through their established businesses. I know the drive. I've done it myself. It is not far. And they run those established businesses in the region with some of the people here using those services and respond promptly to any concerns. And that can be verified by the hundreds of clients and families that use those services. I've seen their approach in action. They maintain the standards of their property, all of their property, professionally. I would also like to point out that when neighbors have guests, they are unscreened with no oversight at all. And no neighbors have any issues with this, partly because they are not aware of when guests come, in what numbers, or for how long. Property values. I looked into this, and I welcome others to show something to the contrary. No, there is no concrete evidence overwhelmingly showing proof that property values generally fall near Airbnbs. The bulk of peer-reviewed, not opinion, peer-reviewed economic studies actually find the opposite. Airbnb activity tends to increase or have a positive association with nearby home prices and rents. If you have something to show the opposite, please show the evidence. I would like to ask, if they simply limit the number of guests substantially, then the number of people at the house and traffic becomes moot and irrelevant. Does it not? The unhosted model is clearly defined and permitted in the land use bylaw with property safeguards, which this application meets. A 12-month temporary permit aligns perfectly with county policy for tourist homes. It allows a trial period to demonstrate compliance with built-in review based on performance, permit adherence, and complaint history. That is fair to everyone. Neighbors get assurance it won't become a problem, and Anna gets a chance to prove the responsible operation they've already outlined. I understand neighbors' concerns: quiet enjoyment, fire risk in a forested area, traffic, community character, and wildlife. These are very valid priorities in the Foothills County, and Anna's submission directly addresses them with concrete mitigations: redesigned fire pits, removed fire pits, and signage and water, sand, professional waste service, boundary signage, and limits on guest activities. The scale is manageable on 17 acres with significant separation from neighbors. This is not a commercial hotel or event venue. It is an existing family home, occasionally shared with screened guests that are screened heavily, just like many rural properties already do informally. Approving this 12-month permit supports the county's broader goals: responsible economic activity, tourism that brings visitors to local businesses, which many in the area own and operate or frequent themselves without new construction, and respect for private property rights within the land use bylaw framework. Denying it outright would overlook the thorough application, the temporary nature requested, and the owner's demonstrated experience and commitment. Anna and Mikla have already shown good faith by pursuing the proper approvals and after starting operations, and they've invested in this community. They've invested heavily in this community, I might add, and want to do it right. A 12-month permit lets council and neighbors monitor real-world performance while giving the applicants a fair pathway forward. If all goes as planned, and I'm confident it will, future renewals can be considered based on the record. Council, I respectfully urge you to give this application first reading and approve the site-specific amendment with a 12-month development permit. It's compliant, measured, and the right decision for balanced, responsible rural living in the Foothills County. Thank you for your time and your service, and thank you to everybody that made it out today.
Thank you, Mr. Bugrush. We do have a question for you, Councillor McHugh.
Thank you very kindly. Through the chair to the concerned resident. Sorry, I didn't catch where you live in Foothills.
I don't live in Foothills. I live in Cochrane, and I commute to Bragg every day. My children go to school there.
Thanks.
And I'm friends with my kids, my daughters, are friends with Anna and Mikla's family. We frequent them. We know them. They're beautiful people, very good hearts. And so, yeah, I want to see things done right by them as well.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't see anything else for you. Thank you for coming.
Absolutely.
Next on my list, Michael Wertman. I believe you are online. I see you there. Michael Wertman, go ahead and unmute yourself and proceed. You're still muted if you're trying to get there, Michael Wertman.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, we can hear you good. Go ahead.
You can hear me good?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me. I don't live in Foothills. I live in Rocky View County. I'm in Wintergreen Woods, and I am a direct neighbor of Nick and Anna, and I've known them for 5 years. And I have known that they have been operating Airbnb, small, medium, and large, for that said time. So they are very well experienced to take this project forward. Just to give you some perspective regarding these types of operations, I live in Wintergreen Woods, which is approximately 80 homes, and we are 2-acre parcels. So we are quite closer together than you would have at Aspen Creek. And we currently have 5 of these types of operations operating in our area. And to be honest, if you wouldn't know they were there, you wouldn't even know they're there. They just operate with no problems whatsoever. So I'm quite taken aback from some of the objections. And, you know, I understand a lot of people's fears to some degree, but I feel that a lot of the objections are overstated. And I have to agree with Roger that the applicants have met all of the requirements that were required from your planning officer. And I feel that that has to be taken into consideration in a positive manner. And as well, vacation homes and these types of places and their operators have evolved over the years, and they've learned to deal with unruly guests and screening people. And so I have no problem that they have the means to mitigate most, if not all, of the objections that are stated in the letters of opposition. You know, and as well, I am here to speak up for Anna and Nick, that I can attest to their hardworking, honorable assets that Nick and Anna bring to the table. And I'm completely confident in their ability and experience to make this a successful outcome for all that are concerned. So in closing, I feel that they should be given the opportunity, at the very least, a 12-month period, and this project should be absolutely approved by council. Thanks for taking the time to listen to me. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Wertman. I don't see any questions for you. So thank you for coming and sharing.
Thank you.
That does complete my list. Was there anybody else that has not spoken that wishes to speak today? Yeah, go ahead. Come on up. You'll have to start by sharing your name with us for the recording secretary.
My name is Stuart Thompson. My wife Nancy and I live at number 200 Aspen Creek Drive. It was a late submission to the process. Thank you for hearing me. I'm just a little bit taken aback by the last 2 folks. I'm thinking it may have been more advantageous to make that case if we were talking to the neighbors offsetting their other Airbnbs, but I'm just going to try and regroup here. Yes, you've heard a lot of concerns about, and I think I could sum up by saying the main concern is this nebulous phrase of a quiet, peaceful existence in Aspen Creek Drive. I hope that some of you live in a place where you know exactly what that means. The points I want to address today are there are legitimate hazards, right? Fire, security, and the like. I understand that there's rules, but as Mr. Mackay mentioned, he has a career of people not following the rules. And the risk of these rules not being followed create actual hazards for those of us that live there. Like we talk about one way in or out if there is a fire. The traffic, our road is already being pounded to hell, right? The additional traffic, just the numbers we're talking about. Safety, the winter driving. I've slid backwards down that. It's the Mount Everest of driveways. And I've slid my truck down and all you can do is slide across Aspen Creek and hope you don't get into the ditch. And we're pretty handy folk living out that way. The other thing about the community is that we look out for each other. My personal belief is that any unoccupied dwelling is a hazard to safety, the environment, which we all cherish and steward out there, and unfortunately in this day and age, security, okay? So that's when the house isn't being occupied. The other thing I would say is that we're not hermits out there. We have gatherings, we have parties, and that happens. Lots of times we just invite each other to it. But everybody knows what's happening at everyone else's properties. I can't imagine that happening every weekend or every week of the summer or during the winter. Like the noise thing, and I get we were just been ridiculed by these two last people. That's a real thing. I mean, I applaud their efforts to put up sound monitors and measurement, and I'm an engineer. I love that stuff. But I can hear trucks hitting the chatter marks on 762. If the wind's right. So in that undulating terrain, I won't hear something from a neighbor, but a neighbor, 3 properties down can. So these are real items. We're not just making this stuff up. For the sake of brevity, let me just sum up our situation. In November, we will have been in our property 7 years. And we're diligent people. My wife, Nancy, reckons we saw close to 36 properties in our search for our piece of heaven. And we found this place. And after we moved in, it just got better because of these neighbors. Okay, we look out for each other. The unhoused thing, if someone goes away, they usually employ a sitter, but if it's a short period of time, we'll go over and feed the cat or we'll look after the place for them, right? That's kind of how we operate there, and it works great. So, but in our experience of acreage shopping, we've seen it all, I like to think. And we chose this. We were lucky enough to find this place. And I can just simply say that if there was a Verbo down the road or another commercial operation, we wouldn't even put in an offer. And for us, that sums up the difference between what we have and what we're risking by bringing in commercial development. Okay? Country residential, and there's some agricultural, I know, perfectly describes our situation on Aspen Creek Drive. So I would really urge you folks to look, and if you have found your piece of heaven, we have, and that's what we're trying to defend here today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Any questions? I don't see any. Thank you. Nancy Thompson, I guess you guys should have been on my list, but got missed. So if you wanted to speak, come on ahead.
I will also be brief. Excuse me. Yeah. I think it's lovely that you have neighbors who care so much about you and really are willing to step forward and tell you or to support you and tell us about your character. They don't live in our area and they don't speak for us. So I would just reiterate everything that people have been saying. The property is not it's not buffered. It's an amphitheater. The noise comes down to neighbors, and that's just a reality that is true. One thing that people haven't mentioned, and this is strictly from a stranger danger kind of place, we have an isolated garden center, and we walk down an isolated road to get to it, and people know each other. So when we have people coming out of the trees to say hi, we know who they are, and there's no fear. With strangers around that we don't know who they are, and we don't know how they are, regardless of whether they've been gone through the process of being chosen to be able to rent there. It's still a danger for us. We don't know them. And the one other question I have is with the applicants having so many other businesses, I don't know how they can claim to be available 24/7. It's not a reality. There's going to be other things that are going to come up at the same time, and they might not be available to handle the things that we need handled if that was to happen. So I oppose this, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Thompson. I don't see any questions for you. Okay, is there anybody else that I have missed that has not had a chance to speak yet? I don't see any. So at this point in time, we will go to closing comments. We'll go to you guys as the applicants. Any closing comments you wish to provide?
Thank you so much. I will try to be brief. First of all, I want to comment on like a lot of people mentioned that we are planning to host 19 guests instead of 14. It was never a plan to do that. Initially, we were planning to either rent the house or the suite, which is either 14 or 5. It was never supposed to be, they were not supposed to be rented at the same time to two different groups. This was not the plan. Guests wouldn't book that. And if people were looking carefully, the dates that initially were open, they were never the same. So it wasn't possible to book both properties at the same time. This is one. Second thing is about the ads. The ads, we received a stop order on April 13, I think, requesting to stop accepting all new bookings, and I immediately stopped it. So the listing, you can still see it, but it's inactive. The great dates do not mean that it's fully booked at all. It's very it's just blocked from booking, and people cannot book it. And the fire pit, so many talks were about the fire pit. The fire pit is located right next to the wetland. So I showed it on the picture. There are no nearing trees, and then all the area that is behind it, it's all wetlands. So chances that there will be fire are extremely low. When I listen today to all the concerns, honestly, my impression is that today's session is not really about our application. It's about we didn't want Airbnb in our community. That's my impression, because we are unluckily the first ones who attempted to have a tourist home in this community. And so my impression is that whatever we do as managers, whatever controls we implement, it won't be enough. Even as Councillor McHugh asked if there was one guest, would it be okay? No, it wouldn't. So it's not about how we are trying to control the situation. It's about like people not willing to have this in their community. I just having that in mind, I wanted to ask council just to think about two questions. Does bylaw really allow this kind of operations in this district? Because from our understanding, we read the bylaw before we made the decision to buy the property. We thought it's allowed. And second thing, does our property really answer all the requirements for this? And if the property really answers all the requirements, we would kindly ask for your approval. And the last thing I wanted to mention is that it's very personal also to me. We are currently at the state of being really so stressed using our own property, to be honest. We are monitoring noise monitors when we are there, just in case maybe kids are too loud and we need to be more careful. And I think someone mentioned that there was fire pit used during the very dry weather. Honestly, I logged into the website and checked if there is any fire ban at the moment. This is what we do every single day because we live also in Breck Creek, very forested area. So this is something that everyone does every day, I think. So we checked and there was no fire ban, but I had a thought that we might have this popping up somewhere because we are under kind of hyper supervision of everyone, and we are being controlled like one of the neighbors told me that before buying the property we were supposed to knock door to door and ask everyone if we can do it. This is the reality where we are now. So if you we are asking you to give us a chance for 12 months. If you want it, give it us for 6 months. We will do our best to hopefully to prove our neighbors that what we are requesting is not something so disruptive to them. And also I remember that someone mentioned that at AGM I was talking about expansion and all these things. I didn't mean about me and Nick. He does landscaping, working with the shovel every day. I do cleaning, so we are not big corporation guys, and we don't have funds for that. I meant that the Aspen Creek is backing up to Key County, and I thought it's a tourist area personally, and I said we are unfortunately the first ones who want to do this, but I think, or I was thinking at that time, we will not be the last, but I didn't mean that we will be building Hiltons in the area, of course. Thank you so much for your attention to our matter. It took so long, unfortunately. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll go to council and administration for any further questions you have. Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. And just a quick question to the applicant. When did you buy the place?
End of October.
This past October?
Yeah.
Okay. So have you ever resided there?
No, but we are every day there. Like we are staying there this night or that night. We are in between two properties.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just looking at the application in terms of number of guests. So it says on my documents here, number 14, up to 14 guests as a maximum. I'm sorry if you already covered this, but I just want to make sure I understand that. We've heard 19, and now you had mentioned just a moment ago 14 or 5. With
Either 14 or 5. That was my logic. But obviously people are thinking that we'll be also using the RV parking. Ideas come up even before I could even think. Yeah, we never had in plans to host at the same time people in the suite and in the main house. After we bought the property, we learned that the suite was constructed years ago, and it still needs to be legalized. So we would be going through that. So the suite is not bookable. You cannot stay there. Yeah, and it will take time to make it legal first from the development point of view, and then I don't think we will be even applying for the STR for the suite.
Okay, so just so I get to understand a little better. So the 14 number came from the house, the 5 number came from the suite. Did I get that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Any further questions for the applicant at this time? I don't see any, so we will go now to our planning officer, Officer Kotler. Any closing comments you have for us?
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And back to council and administration for any questions you have. One last time, Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you. I may direct this to our planning director. And the question is, an assumption has been made that a vacation property is a guaranteed opportunity because it's listed in the land use bylaw. So I just wonder if you can speak to how it's laid out and as we see in our staff report today, that certain conditions must be required and applications must be made. So if you could speak to that, and just to clarify that vacation properties are very contentious in Foothills County. So there might be some that go through the application process and are approved, but there are very many that are brought into the purview of council or enforcement due to opposition. So there's quite a variety. So I'll just ask if you would mind speaking to that.
Sure, I'll try. Our land use bylaw does contemplate or define both hosted and unhosted tourist homes as well as bed and breakfasts. It doesn't mean it allows them. What it states is a very minimal level, which I would suggest is maximum of 4 overnight guests in a hosted home, such as a bed and breakfast, can be applied for as a discretionary use under a number of land use districts as a development permit. Anything beyond that scale, and if there's no host involved, can only receive approval through a site-specific amendment of council. So while these scales of these hosted or unhosted tourist homes or bed and breakfasts are defined in our land use bylaw, the development officer is only able to deal or provide a decision themselves on very small scale hosted tourist homes. Anything else has to come before council, and it is always a difficult application.
Thank you. I just had a couple of questions. So tourist home, I'm trying to understand where the line of a tourist home becomes a rental property. Like if the tourist home, if somebody is there for a month, is it no longer a tourist home and it's now just a rental property, or what's the line there? How do I understand that?
I may have to ask Planning Officer Kotler if she's still online, but I believe it's 14-day maximum stay, but it could be 30. And so that's the line, is the number of consecutive days of stay.
The tourist home is defined as no more than 30, or sorry, 30 days is the maximum for the tourist home.
Okay, thank you for that. The other question, we talked about number of guests. So 14, 5, 19, 2, 50, pick your number. That's a development permit piece, correct? So if we were to give the site-specific amendment today, the exact number of guests could be limited at the DP stage, not the land use stage. Is that correct?
The proposal currently suggests in excess of what the development officer can approve for overnight guests. So ideally the council would set a maximum number of overnight guests considered if they were going to approve it, in order that the development officer could support that.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions from council or administration? Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to knock on to that, so if I capture that correctly, I think the number that the development officer can approve is 4. But at what point do we have to go to, does this go outside of the development officer on number of guests? Like at what point does this go to fire? To the fire department for review on number of guests?
That would be a development permit condition that a fire inspection be achieved and passed.
Okay, so over 4, then there would have to be an inspection of the,
There would have to be an inspection for that as well, but we as staff can't provide that decision. Anything in excess of 4 or anything that's not hosted.
okay, thank you.
Okay. No, 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 you sure you're out of order? At this point in time, public input is over. You can certainly ask the development officer later on, but not during the meeting. Okay, with that, I will now close our public hearing. Council will be deliberating on this likely today, and you're welcome to remain in the gallery and watch council's deliberation or decision. You may also watch council's deliberation and decision online via the YouTube link found on the county's website. Either way, a decision of a notice of our decision will be sent to everyone who is registered once our minutes are ratified, likely next week. Thank you all for coming and hope you have a good day. Council, we need to switch meetings, so let's take a few minutes. Welcome back. Just about done everything on our agenda listed. So let's go to item C3, Lobanova Pavlenko, site-specific amendment, page 115. This is in Council Division 4. Did you wish to start us off, Deputy Revol?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, thank you to the applicants for explaining your proposal. I know they're not present yet now, but I do thank them for their explanations and time to present and answer questions. And thank you to everyone for your presentations, time and efforts that you've made to be here today. I've carefully read all materials, reports, letters, and have carefully listened to all your reasoning and perspectives that you've shared in those written submissions and presentations today, both in person and online. And after consideration of all the information presented today, I note the following key themes and top issues regarding this application for a site-specific amendment for the operation of an unhosted tourist home. Neighbors have shared that the impacts to them are very personal and would alter the quiet enjoyment of their homes and neighborhood. In consideration of this community's experience with a list of other issues, cumulative impacts should be considered. Overall, the scope and scale of the proposal do not fit in this country residential area. The nature of the unhosted request leads to consequences of nuisances that cannot be consistently dealt with in respect of surrounding residences. The potential for increased conflict and the burden of monitoring is placed on the neighbors, with the likelihood of law enforcement responses in question due to proximity and timing. Other risks and nuisances which have been experienced and presented to us include the potential for more noise, crime, fire risk, loss of privacy, precedents, traffic, trespass, stressors, and more. These impacts cannot assuredly be prevented or mitigated. This indicates to me that this proposal is incompatible with Aspen Creek Estates and is in conflict with the requirement of the land use bylaw, section 10.25.3C, that the tourist home shall not interfere with the rights of other residents' quiet enjoyment of a residential neighborhood. We've heard explanations, promises, and plans from the applicants about their proposal, plus 2 residents have written in favor and 2 appeared online. And we've heard from approximately 25, I tried to keep my count going on letters and presentations, but over 25 residents who have attended or written letters to voice concerns and their firsthand experiences. I find the reasons for opposition to be compelling and reasonable. And so for the many concerns that I've noted, I am opposed to this application for the unhosted tourist home. And I now make the motion on page 120 of our staff report for refusal, which is under option 3. And then I will just read that motion out as well. That council would refuse the application for a site-specific amendment to the country residential land use rules to allow for a tourist home to be added as a permitted use for the following reasons. In consideration of the application, council is of the opinion that the proposed site-specific amendment and subsequent intended use of the subject lands does not conform with the policies of the country residential district in the land use bylaw 60/2014. So I've made that motion, as you can read on 120. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the motion for refusal from Deputy Reeve Ohl. Anybody else wishing to speak? Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am the Division 3 counselor just south of Divisions 4, so I am very familiar with this area, having grown up just south of here. I echo everything that Councillor Ohl has said. I would like to add, because nobody actually brought it up in the presentation, in their presentations. Oh, and thank you all, by the way, for your very detailed and articulate expressions of concern and support. The Alberta government in 2025 initiated the Community Hazards Fuel Reduction Program, CHRF, in response to the wildfires, most recently in Jasper, but probably cumulatively with the other major wildfires that Alberta has experienced. I am very passionate about Fire Smart. I have hosted a couple of meetings, one just recently on Sunday. And it would behoove, I think, all residents in this very fire hazard prone area to really investigate the principles of Fire Smart. Maybe you're not aware, but the area in the forestry straight west and southwest of you was actually targeted by the government as a high-risk area. So your subdivisions and those to the north and south of you were deemed high risk enough that the government fast-tracked the logging. And there were cut blocks already done in 2025, and there are currently slated to be cut blocks as well in 2026 by West Fraser. This costs residents nothing, actually, because the forest companies, that's what they do. They just need the berths to do it. And so your area is very much a fire hazard zone. And for all the above reasons that, all the other reasons that Councillor Ohl echoed, your loss of, your enjoyment of your properties, which I appreciate very much the rural tranquility that you enjoy and protect there as well. And I am very much opposed to anything that threatens that, especially for commercial, what I view as a commercial endeavor. But I would oppose it on strictly on the fire hazard risk alone, because you are in a very, very high risk zone. Thank you.
Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can support the motion that's on the floor, and thank you, Deputy Revolt, for putting that out there. There's definitely no love lost on Aspen Creek Drive today for this application. The numbers are confusing. I also looked on the website while we were listening to all the dissertations, and there, I didn't look at the dates, but yes, there's a home for 14, and then the other secondary suite for 5. And we didn't speak anything about extra RVs or anything in there, but 14 is a lot to start with, and it's a lot for this area. So I think for a tourist home, I'd rather see it hosted, but I think even hosted 14 is too many for the area. There was a couple of people that spoke in support. Mr. Bugrush talked eloquently about the applicants, but all the support was from outside the area. There were not people that would have to deal with this on a day-to-day basis. I think if we approve this SSA, I'm almost positive we would receive constant complaints, and I think Councillor or Deputy Revolt would get most of those, as because all these neighbors are now on high alert for this property, and every inkling of noise in the area would be a concern for the residents of the area coming from this application. Water and septic were spoke to a little bit. I believe both of these would be strained by the amount of people that would be in this country residential parcel. I do agree with the fire concerns, although they did a good job of mitigating those concerns down to one pit with the fire mitigation things surrounding that pit. And I would also stress that, excuse me, that directly west of this property, we let thousands of people go out into the wilderness and light fires every weekend in the McLean Creek area and south of that in Kananaskis. So, without any consternation of who they are or watchful eye on them. So one fire pit in the area doesn't concern me as opposed to what can happen out in the West Country. So anyways, I support the motion on the table. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Anybody else before we call the vote? I don't see anybody, so we have the motion from Deputy Reeve Ohl for refusal. All in favor? That motion carries. Okay, we have from our F1 Pipe D award of tender, Councillor McHugh, did you have a motion on that or where we were at?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Motion to approve the awarding of the Pipe D contract.
To Whistle? Was that?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else? Seeing none, all in favor? That carries. We have a few other items in closed, so I'd look for a motion to take us into closed session. From Councillor Estes, all in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. Welcome back. The only thing left on our agenda today is committee reports. So Councillor Kendall, we'll start with you. Sorry.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. On the 11th, I had the Sheep River Library Board meeting. It wasn't a committee, but went to the water valve opening in Okotoks. And yeah, not a committee report, but Fire Smart at Square Beach Hall was a lot of fun.
Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had no official committees. Went to the Spruce Meadows International Show Jumping on Saturday. Was amazing.
Councillor Alger.
Sorry, couldn't find my button there. On the 11th, I also attended the water line ceremony. It was a nice ceremony. Nice to see everybody and nice to see the water flowing. Friday was good. Saturday, I also went to Spruce Meadows as for the first responders and met Councillor Callister thereafter. We were in a suite with the Calgary Fire Department, the chief of the Calgary Fire Department, and Calgary City Police. We had Diamond Valley Fire Chief was there, EMS and STARS, and two components of search and rescue, Foothills and Calgary, I believe, and talked to Kelly Cuthbert, who is the president of Foothills Search and Rescue. And between the two of us, we kind of made a suggestion that maybe they'd like to come and do a presentation sometime in front of council and see what they're all about. And I think I'm going to put that over probably to Mr. Porter and see if we can line something up for the fall. And on Saturday, I attended the Strathcona Tweedsmuir School field track grand opening. So RJ Sigurdsson was there, Tanya Thorne, myself, and some of the donors for the track. It was quite a highfalutin thing and a beautiful addition to that school. And then on what else did I do? Did something on Saturday. Oh yeah, Saturday Spruce Mountain. Oh yeah, and then plus I did had a birthday party for my son. And also on Sunday, I attended a birthday party for one of our long-term residents, Burge Riedlinger, who turned 80 years old. So we had a birthday party for him. And then on Tuesday, I also attended another function at the Strathcona Tweedsmuir School, which was their end-of-year party. And the only reason I went to that was because my wife works there. And that is it for me. Thank you.
Deputy Reeve.
Thank you. I also attended the June 11th event with regards to the tap turning on water celebration ceremony in Okotoks, and I was able to provide a short speech just on behalf of Foothills to thank everyone and also recognize the momentous day, and then look forward to our own upcoming milestones that are going to come in Foothills County as well. They did share some fun pictures and a nice reception for us, so we thank them for all the effort they went towards putting that on. And it was a good reminder to us all of the long history we've had back from the days of the Foothills Regional Water and Wastewater Collaborative. So we've been on this task for quite a long time, where we invested every possible water opportunity and pipeline from the Calgary to all over the place for different options and wastewater as well. So there is a lot of investigations over the years that led to this point. And obviously we're not done yet, and there's much to celebrate coming up in Foothills, and we'll look forward to that. As I mentioned, there's exciting times in Foothills County and numerous developments going on. So lots of meetings and Fire Smart event I attended on June 14th. Congratulations to Councillor Kendall on a job well done, and also for our fire department related folks that attended. They did a great job. It's nice to see them. And I appreciate so much that they work in the community at all of our different functions. And then also attended a Prentice Community Association event. So that's it for my report. Thank you.
Thank you. For myself, had Foothills Land Trust AGM last night. Nothing to report, and attended the Forez ribbon cutting ceremony with the partnership with Tenfold and Team Up. That was all I had to report today. Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. I didn't attend the water tap turning on. I was in 3 SDAB hearings.
Counselor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did not attend the water valve ceremony, as I do not believe communities should be building outside of the water capacity that is in the area, and this is the ensured destruction of the area as we know it. No boards to report on. Thanks.
CEO Payne.
Only thing I have for council is a reminder that there is a regional dinner that everyone has RSVP'd to for tomorrow evening in Okotoks at 5:30. Doors open at 5:30, dinner's at 6.
Thank you. Director Hemingway. Nothing. Manager Barrett.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that's at the Best Western, and I believe the copy of the draft that I sent to you yesterday had the wrong room, but it I'm sure you'll find it. It's not that big of a place. And that's the one by the Costco, for those of you who might be going to.
Thanks for telling me.
Hey, thank you for that. So that does conclude our agenda. So I'd look for a motion to adjourn from Counselor McHugh. All in favor? Motion carries. We'll see you next Wednesday, 9 a.m.